All right, I think I'm ready. Hi. First, let's do a sound check. For Twitch. Okay. We have audio on Twitch, and how it is with YouTube. And we have audio on YouTube. That is nice. Sorry for the delay, guys. I had to quickly take care of some things. That's why we have almost 9 minutes of delay for the stream start. Yeah, the thing is, at any moment during the stream, my voice might give out. Because I had throat infection during last week, and then I had some company function, and it was loud there, music was loud there, and it was super cold in there, and it strained my voice so much that I anticipate that my voice will give out somewhere in the next days. It might happen today during the stream, and you will hear a funny way of talking from me. So I just wanted to put that in advance. And yeah, let's do the stream today. It is the penultimate stream for this year. And for this year, it is the last stream about game design. Next year, it will be continuing, for sure. Just to do a quick recap for anyone that is watching the VOD on YouTube or is scrolling through things, etc. Hi, my name is Alderolzo. I'm a gameplay programmer, happily employed in game development industry. And these streams are dedicated to learning things outside of my regular curriculum that I do during work. My main focus at work is gameplay programming and C++. So these streams I treat as a way to learn more, for example, about game design, about tech art, or art in general, using more blueprints than C++, so I could put myself in the shoes of other people. And I'm doing it in, I call it the real way, which means that I don't really do any preparations beforehand. I sit down, just like everyone else, and I have an attempt to try some plugin out or try some theory out, and we see how it's going from there. If I'm following some, for example, Epic's instruction about how to use some plugin, and there are problems with the instruction or with the engine, I will encounter them the same as y'all, right? I have this long running game design related streams, because even though I code gameplay code for a living for almost 10 years, I have some ideas about game design here and there, but I never worked in a game design capability. And I have notebooks full of notes and shit about lores, characters, what kind of game could be done, etc, etc. But anytime I was sitting down to actually implement some simple stuff, I was flabbergasted. I didn't really know where to start. How do you go from just, instead of talking about big picture things, going to the super small picture things? How do you achieve satisfaction just from pressing a button and seeing something cool on the screen? How do you plan for that? How do you create basic fun interactions, etc, etc? This is part 12 of this series. I decided to concentrate only on those primary actions, how to construct them, how to turn them into something. I created a game context for that. Dexterowski, hello! Hi, Dexterowski, hi! Nice to have you here. Sorry for my voice, it's fucked up and it might give out at any moment. So sorry for that. I had an infection last week. And then I had company function at which The music was so fucking loud that I had to scream all the time just to have a basic conversation, so we'll see how it will go with my voice. Yeah, so I created this game context just for the VOD purposes. Let me quickly finish that. When it is a game about bow and arrow, super arcadey, slower, not an FPS, etc, etc, supposedly be co-op, I'm going through different phases when I'm trying to learn something. Minimum viable product to test out if the basic shooting of arrow is cool. And now I'm in the phase when I'm creating as many interactions and objects that I could come up with that you could have fun with. And last stream I was playing around with the idea of super crude, almost cartoony, pardon me, cartoony flame propagation. And I ended with the somewhat working of a prototype. It lacks only one visual thing to achieve full satisfaction of observing flames propagating. And I want to implement today some interactions maybe with water or with water, because the wind we did last week, where the wind can influence the direction of flames. Okay, so VOD purpose is done. We can get to the meat of things. How is your day going, Dexterowski? How is your Sunday? My wake up was rough. Waking up, my throat was it's as if I swallowed the iron ball full of spikes, but I'll manage. That's what happens when you go to family functions. No, company functions. Okay, so where was I? Let me turn on the level that I had. Flame propagation range. Yeah, this is the penultimate for stream for this year. Oh my god, what's going on? Oh, yeah, that's okay. And next week I will be doing stream connected to one of the plugins, I think. And then I will have 2 weeks off. I won't be able to stream, unfortunately, because the place I will be staying at, Wi-Fi in those hotels might not give me good performance for to be able to carry out the stream that can show little letters. It might not work out at all. So I most probably will be taking the whole 2 weeks off. And it should propagate. Yay! And it propagates further. Okay, I will explain what happened for VOD purposes in a second. Dexterowski says, yeah, it's okay. I had trouble getting out of bed because of last night's bike ride in the woods. Amazing experience. Oh, damn. And then Dexterowski continues. I hit some downhill trails with friends. It was nice. Oh! It sounds really nice. Wasn't it like super cold last night? Or at least it was super cold where I am at. But nice, nice. Kudos to you. Bike ride in the night in the woods, downhill trails. That's great. And trouble getting out of bed. Yeah, I can completely empathize with you. I feel like I have trouble getting out of bed so often that basically I could mark my calendar days when it was not a trouble to to wake up and just start going about the business. Dexterowski says about 0 degrees. Oh, okay. So I think it could have been a little bit colder in here. It was even snowing last night here, but all of that evaporated, melted down in the morning. And supposedly tomorrow here it's might be 10 degrees. So winter in fucking Poland, I guess. From snow to 10 degrees in one day. Okay, some flame propagation, this crude version of mine, is working in that way that I have a flame. If it is on a flammable surface, which is this brown thingy, it won't be dying out, and it will be growing, 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 and after a couple of seconds, it will propagate. And it will create 4 additional flames in 4 different directions of the world. And depending if they land on flammable or non-flammable surface, they will either die out on non-flammable surface in a couple of seconds, or they will grow, 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 and propagate further. And I also have wind actor. I'm not really sure what kind of wind interactions I will have in this game, of course, but I had to prototype small interface and a little something just to test out how wind could affect the direction of flame propagation. And yeah, maybe I will just quickly show that. The flame started with the burst, Michael Bay burst, and some debris, and new flames propagated, and they are growing, growing. This one is dying out, these ones are growing, and boom, another propagation. And those outside of flammable surface are dying out, and now it won't propagate any further. Only 1 propagation per flame, it won't be propagating any further. Super cartoony way. And now we could influence. Let's quickly turn it on, or maybe in real time. Here is our flame. We are putting our wind volume here, and it will exactly influence all the flames to propagate in that direction. So the shape of burning flames is a little bit different this time around. Of course, the visuals are completely placeholder, as it should be in the prototype version, because if the game mechanic is fun with placeholder graphics, the chances that it will be fun with the cosmetics that will be final is even greater. If something is not fun with placeholder graphics and placeholder sounds, it won't be probably fun even if we implement super final assets. That's a rule of thumb, right? Last week I almost started implementing some Niagara, because what, in my opinion, is lacking here to achieve full satisfaction when player will create a flame through his arrows or some other actions in the world is seeing the actual direction of propagation before the flame appears, which means I basically want to have, let me paint this real quickly. I want to have this one flame going on, and before the new flame appears, I want to have a one spark going off in the direction of spawning, and here is a new flame going on. Small detail, of course, but I feel like this is what is missing from those crude visualizations in order to achieve full satisfaction of observing, oh, the flames are propagating in a very cartoony way. So I gave it some thought, written something on paper about how it could be done, and we will be trying to do this in some sane way, I hope. I'm not a Niagara master, a Niagara particles artist, but we will try to do something. Let's delete whatever it was. It was nothing. Oh, actually, I could work with that. First of all, I think I want to have a ribbon renderer, right? Instead of sprite renderer, let's delete that. And I think I want to add velocity, at least at the start. Let's fix all the issues. Spawn rate, oh, it's already working. Oh my god, I hope it's not what's going down here. I think my neighbor started some renovation in the apartment above. I hope it doesn't come through the mic. Tell me you don't hear the sound of any drilling, because then we all of us will have terrible experience. Motherfucker just had to start drilling on Sunday at 10 fucking 50. Katarva says, hi Katarva. I don't hear anything. Oh, thank God. Thank God this mic is so directional that it doesn't pick up the sound of drilling above me. Fuck, that's a great way to start Sunday stream. Okay. But it's good that you don't hear anything. It's good. Okay, so I have this little particle going on. And let me maybe change what I want to change. How about BIM width? There was something like this. Or ribbon width or something like this. No, ribbon width, yes. Direct set. Let's make it a little bit bigger, like 15. Yeah. Hi there, Kartava. Hi. How are you doing? How is this Sunday treating you? How are you doing? Is it sunny up in the place where you live at? For me here in Poland, it is a little bit sunny. Okay, let's put in here some... I remember I had some, material that I could reuse. Create material instance, mi, flame, spark, propagation. Yeah, this could be it. And let's move it to flames, move here. And let's fix up our directories. Great. Kartava says, super 33 Celsius tomorrow. Oh, wow, 33 Celsius. Right now here it's where I live in Poland, it's 0 or 1 degree Celsius. So where are you at? 33 Celsius, god damn. That's nice. Where are you from? Okay, I have this flame propagation thingy. But yes, it is made for projectiles. Okay. Oof. Australia. Ah, nice. Nice. That explains the difference in temperatures between us. Nice. So, how are you doing? Are you interested in game development, perhaps, if you are on the streams? Like, are you interested in programming? Or just making video games? What are your interests? Kartava says, I'm doing well, you? Yeah, I'm doing well. Apart from the guy drilling above me in my block of flats, but that's not something I can take care of right now. And my voice is kind of breaking. Because I had a company function on Friday and I had throat infection, so at some point my voice might break during the stream, so you know, it's going alright. Kartarva, I'm sorry, I was saying your name wrong. I'm sorry, deeply sorry. Kartarva says, I'm currently doing a gem right now. I'm modeling. Oh, nice! What kind of gem are you doing? And what is the topic? Emissive strength. Let's turn it up a notch. Yeah, 100 will be okay of emissive. Okay. Just a 3-day jam with the theme Dig. 3-day jam. Oh, that's a long jam. I don't think I participated in a jam that lasted any longer than 48 hours. So 3 days of jamming, huh? And theme Dig. That's a good theme. Good theme to make out a game for. So what kind of thing are you doing for the jam? And engine are you using? I wonder. Are you using Godot, Unreal, Unity? I remember at one jam, there was one crazy crew that decided to code the engine from the scratch on the jam, and I was thinking they won't make it. And they did make it. And I have no idea how you can bang out the whole engine and a game in 48 hours, but they did it. And from what I saw, they weren't really having pre-made engine somewhere on GitHub that they just downloaded and fooled everyone. No, no, no. Kartarva says 3D N64-esque collectathon with Godot. Nice, nice. Kartarva then says that's freaking crazy. Yeah, it is crazy. But then I learned that they were like some engine programmers from different companies, some of them from CD Projekt Red, some of them from some other companies, and I was like, okay, that explains that. They made engines for a living, so for them it was probably completely nothing to do this quickly. Okay, so I have some kind of ribbon. Let's see if it is working out the way I wanted to. Ah, yeah, I only wanted to change the color. Color N64S collectathon. The game that I'm kind of working out right now also is supposed to be collectathon, or at least I think that I will go in that way, when you will be collecting super original stars, or at least for now. But instead of just collecting them, you had to shoot at them with bow, and they are supposed to be exploding, because why go through the things when your game is about shooting bow, where you can break them apart and see all the sparks and debris flying out. But right now I'm working on flame propagation, super crude flame propagation thingy. And no, what kind of color it should be? Yeah, like this orangey. Yeah, oh, that's exactly how I want it. That's exactly how I want it. That's exactly the color. Now let's see if the ribbon is working out, because sometimes I do mess up this setup. Okay, it is. There's some weird freaking delay. But okay, it might work out. Okay, so let's turn off the velocity. I don't need it anymore. I just wanted it for preview purposes. So what kind of assets right now are you modeling? Like, are you modeling the things that you collect, or a character, or some biomes assets, like environmental or something else? Why do I have this weird delay? What is going on? That it only shows up after a couple of seconds. It's not really acceptable. Emitter state, spawn rate. I think I'm missing something. Lifetime. I'm only spawning one. Okay, how about 15? Now it will be okay. Yeah, my spawner was way too slow. And also the lifetime, I should emitter spawn. Live. Life cycle mode system. No. Initialize particle, that's what I wanted. And let's put it in half a second. That should work out. Now it is of the tempo that I want to do, because what I want to do is to spawn the new flame and the propagation in a place already, and only move the Niagara as its component in space, with time and space. So I want to just do this kind of motion with the ribbon particle, so it will show that, hey, new flame will happen here. Kartarva says, answers my question, Well, I'm up to UV unwrapping the playable character. Almost done, getting towards texturing real soon. Nice, nice. UV unwrapping playable character. I remember when I was a couple of years ago learning how to do 3D modeling because my background is in C++ coding, and I wanted to learn how it is with 3D modeling because I only, worked on like loading models, changing their shaders or whatever. I never really created my own, so I started learning that, and that's when I learned about how patient you have to be with UV unwrapping, and that's where I found another layer of respect toward all of y'all 3D artists, that UV unwrapping is something that you have to be super patient for. Like, yeah, setting up vertices, etc., creating a whole model is great and amazing, but then I met this UV unwrapping and I felt like, oh my god, my brain is completely underdeveloped in that sense. So I have all of respect for y'all and your craft. Getting from, basic model to the model that can go into a game, that's a lot of work. So if I had a hat, hats off to you. Will you also be doing animations for the playable character? And who is your playable character? Is it a human, robot, animal, alien? Kartarva says, heads off to everyone that does this for a living. It's hell. Yep. Yep, I agree. I remember when I still worked at Techland, there was every couple of weeks or maybe couple of days, there were days where the whole 3D department was just talking all day, and I could never understand why. Why so cyclically they have one day that they are just talking, and they are just talking pure bullshit, right? Like, just she say, what's been happening, etc., right? And I just couldn't understand why it's happening. Then I started learning 3D modeling, and I was like, oh, UV unwrapping, okay. And I asked my friend, is that how you cope with doing all of that every couple of days? And they were like, yep, the moment you are going into UV unwrapping and everyone is at the same page at this moment, that's where all the talking happens, because we somehow have to survive this experience. And I was like, oh, okay, I understand you now. I was going nuts when I was UV unwrapping my simple models as well. Going nuts. Kartarva says, it's like Gyrot from Animal Crossing, with a body. Ah, okay, okay. I get it. Nice, nice. What kind of style are you going for? Are you going for like N64 style, as you said, when it comes not only to game design but arts design? Kind of like, I don't know, Ocarina of Time, Zelda, or Mario 64? Or some different art style? Straight N64, kind of like Majora's Mask. Okay, I get you. That's nice. So it will be a nostalgic game. Looking at it. Okay, I have this ribbon. Now I need to make maybe one thing. Maybe 15 might be too much. Let's put it at 7. Whee. And it didn't matter that much. Okay. Whatever. It's supposed to be placeholder crude visualization. What happens right now is the moment, where's my flame? Yeah, what I want to hook, the way I want to hook it up right now is when I have those crude flames, and let's include the wind actor into the equation. So the first propagation will happen only on flammable surface, the brown one. Yeah, before the new flames are appearing, I want to have this ribbon going on into this place announcing that, hey, this is where the flame will happen in a second. That way, I think it will be way more satisfying. And also it will be meeting all the criteria for placeholder visualization that already is satisfying. ugly but satisfying, and you know exactly what's happening on screen. So let's get into flame-based actor. There will be a couple of changes in here because it only considered two states, this actor, that hey, the flame either is on flammable surface and it will propagate, it will be growing until it propagates, or it spawns on non-flammable surface and it will die out in like a couple of seconds. Right now we will be introducing a new state. Actor will be spawning, but we won't be showing our main visualization yet. Instead, we will be spawning Niagara system at the place from which we propagated from, moving it through the space in a couple of, I don't know, in a second or something, and only after that cosmetic visualization happens, after that state is finished, we will do everything that we did on event begin play. So in reality, event begin play will be unconnected from here, and we'll be moving somewhere there, and this will actually be a new event, custom event, and that event will be called actually flame starts on flame start. That's what we'll be calling to actually turn on all of the visualization, and we need to activate this Niagara particle, our main Niagara particle at the beginning, because we will be having it deactivated from the start. Kartarva says, I'm gonna lurk and have this in the background, enjoy deving. No problem, and good luck for your game jam. I'm crossing fingers that, you know, you'll have a great time at the game jam, and also enjoy deving as well. It was nice having you here. I just thought of an idea for some future stream, that maybe I could go to a game jam with some of my friends and stream the whole freaking thing. But damn, being over 30 and setting up something like this sucks, because with all the responsibilities that you have in your life, setting up whole ass weekend for game jam and staying all night and developing and streaming all of it, it would be awesome, but it might be next to impossible to schedule that. So it is a nice idea for the far away future. It would be awesome to stream whole game jam. Maybe not the sleeping in on the floor part, although I know that on Twitch and YouTube there are some streams where people are just sleeping, but I don't think I'm into that. So this will be not auto-activated, it will be off by default, and we need to introduce one variable that will be public on placement. It will be b how to call it, b already started. No, what I'm trying to right now differentiate is between, hey, I have this hand placed flame that starts fire, and we can start from the on flame start state already. We don't need flame before spark hits state to be triggered. We can just start from a flame, right? Because it is a hand placed flame. While all the flames that are spawned by propagation should start from a phase earlier. So I'm talking what I could be drawing. It should look like this. I mean, the state tree of that will be, and what is happening? Why am I not really is my tablet dying? That's why I cannot draw. No. Technology has tendency to die out in the midstream, so I wouldn't be that fucking surprised that that happened. Okay, so our states will be like pre-spark hit. Then it goes into flame start. That's where the detection goes from. Basically, the question is it flammable surface? And the answer yes, then it goes into state of growing. And then propagation. And then after growing is fulfilled, propagation will happen. And if the answer is no, of course it will be going into the state of dying out. It's good to write your states like this, even if it is a simple thing, because then you can look at it and go for a quick toilet break, come back and be like, what the fuck I was doing? Ah, yeah, okay. And you won't get lost, right? It's obvious, but you won't believe me how many senior developers I've seen that won't be using any notes or any form of help because they need to keep everything in their brain, and it's like, you're making it harder for yourself. So, if the flame is being hand placed by a developer on a level, it should start from this state already, and if it is from propagation, it should start from here. So the boolean that should be steering it should be called B is from propagation. No, it shouldn't be, because when I'm hand placing it, I don't want to click on it every time I'm placing a new flame. Right? But on the other hand, when I'm spawning, that's where I will be checking for if I'm being spawned via propagation. I will take care of that in a hot second. Let me quickly create the basic logic, the state logic for that, and then I will come back in a second, because there's a super small detail in there that if I make a wrong decision on, it will be pissing me off for eternity. So first of all, yeah, let's delete this boolean. I know, it should be just called B skip pre-spark phase. And it should be, yeah, let it be false by default, right? So let's get back to primary action, blueprints, fire related, and here we will create a new enum. We'll be driving our states with enums, which is an old school way of doing it, because in today's Unreal we have state tree, but I don't know how to use it yet. That for sure will be some of my future streams, maybe very soon-ish. So. Blah 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 blah. Enum, yes. Miscellaneous. How? I forget. Blueprint enumeration. So it will be enum E flame phases. I am thankful that we can do enums in C++, because otherwise it will be a pain in the butt. In C++, it is amazing how you can use enums for everything. So let's add a new enumerator. It will be pre-spark hit. Only for propagation created flames. Delays main cosmetics by a while. Simultaneously, I'm making a error writing simultaneously, of course, because I don't know how to write this. Delays main cosmetics by a hot second while turning on sparks, propagating sparks cosmetics. Great. Okay, another one will be just as I had it here. The flames start. Is it actual phase, or is it something that I'm only deciding in begin play? No, it is something that I'm deciding in begin play. So this phase doesn't exist. We can reduce that and go from pre-spark here to begin play. Almost begin play. Or as I called it, actually on flame started. And ask ourselves, answer this question. Now let me quickly check, because I got some messages. Is it an alarm or not? Okay, it is a very cool message. But not an alarm, so I don't have to end the stream. So, and then we are going either into growing or into dying out. So we have 3 phases. Why am I just not using booleans for that? Well, because from my experience, you should use booleans for your states only when you actually have difference, you're differentiating between 2 states. You can still use booleans when you're differentiating between 3 states, it is manageable, but it also indicates that probably more phases will show up for the thing that you are doing. And then you have like 4 booleans, you don't know how they are related, it's becoming a mess. With the enum, you're indicating that, okay, my phases will be straightforward, only one phase at the time, and these are the names of those phases, right? And you can always just check the state of the variable to see what phases you are currently in. From what I heard, state tree is way better for this because you visually see how the phases literally are changing and what are the transition requirements, etc., and you could have multiple state trees running in parallel. So you could have one state tree indicating the gameplay logic, one state tree indicating the cosmetics logics, and maybe some other logic. I really want to dig into this. So, growing, phase dying out, and fully grown. Let's call it that. Okay, and now we have our enumeration set up. Let's put it to good use. So, we'll be deleting B is dying out in a hot second. B, not B, it's flame, E, flame, phase. E, flame, phases. Exactly right. And we will find all the places where we used this. And instead we'll be setting this. Set. Dying out. Let's delete the dying out. Wait. Here we'll be setting growing. When the event of on propagation started and spawning flames is done, we can delete our debug. We are spawning flames. Flames are being spawned here, 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 and all of the logic connected to it is here. This is our wind. Let me call it wind interaction. Quickly comment it so I won't lose it. 36. And after everything is completed, we spawned everything fully grown. So we have our state set for when we finished propagating. We have our state set when we are growing, when we are dying out, and now we only need the setting of the state when we actually are after spawning. We can delete safely dying out. We replace that. And depending on the value of skip pre-spark phase, we will either instantly go to on flame start, or we will have the whole routine of pre-spark phase, which is the moment where we want to show the spark appearing in the point of origin and going to point where the flame will actually happen. So let's do exactly that. Let's create our new event. I like working with events in blueprints instead of functions. I know that a lot of internet sources when it comes to blueprint creation are telling you to basically copy all of the ideas from basic coding. Like you should use functions, you should use lots of inheritance, create all of the structures, use the function overrides, etc., etc., which in a degree I agree with, but there's one but. When I was at Flying Wild Hogs, I was sitting next to one of the senior devs, and I saw him constructing blueprints in such a way that he only really used events. The only reason he used inheritance was just to create a sub-actor that would have different variables, or not different variables, different values for variables set in the blueprint, base blueprint actor, and maybe some visualizations were different, right? Some cosmetics, and that's really it. And they were kind of looking like this, one main blueprint with a couple of events. And I asked him, why are you doing it like this when most of the world is using blueprints in a similar way that you will write C++ code? And he told me, well, because it gets messy real quickly. And I was like, no, it isn't that much of a problem. And he's like, listen, in C++ and IDE, when you are searching for, you have a base actor and you have a function and you want to quickly find, okay, where is this function used or overridden? It is this couple of seconds, and Rider or Visual Studio or what IDE you are using will tell you exactly what you need. In Unreal, if you have a base class and your function and you want to find out all of the overrides, it isn't that easy. Besides, tracing what calls what and when and all of the debugging is a little bit harder. And then you have all the problems with the inheritance that are already in C++ are even compounding, and they are kicking your butt even more in the more complex projects. So his idea, and I'm living by this idea, I was convinced, was that the blueprints should be used as that they are only calling a couple of functions from the base C++ codes, in his opinion. And you could just use events to signify certain logical or cosmetic logic thing happening, so that when you scroll out your blueprint, you see it is a literal blueprint of how this actor works, right? Everything is in place. If you have to go into different functions and maybe jump between 6 other actors to realize how your actor on level is behaving, maybe the best idea would be to move some of that functionality in C++, because maybe it became too complex for blueprints. Blueprints should be easy to follow and fit in one screen, and that kind of limits forces him to really think about code in such a way that you're treating blueprint as literal blueprint of how this thing works and what is being called for logic, etc., and cosmetic logic, and that's it. Nothing further. No super grand schemes of inheritance and hiding functionality, etc. At first I was unconvinced, but far along the project we went, I was like, oh shit, he's right. When I'm trying to find something in functions and blueprints, it takes me way too much time to understand how something works. But if the functionality is created as such that most of the processing is in C++ and only a couple of things are exposed to blueprint interface, it is way easier to follow. So I'm living by that, even for blueprint only project like this and blueprint prototypes. Because even in my most complicated ones, which might be bow component, I can still zoom out and be like, okay, here is the blueprint of how the bow works in the game. And I can quickly follow all of those parts of logic and quickly gather my bearings, right? Instead of jumping through 6 layers of indirection in blueprints. He convinced me to work exactly like that. And we have a bot, unannounced, cheap viewers on blah blah blah, and now he has to go away. Let me quickly do this on Twitch, because I don't really like those bots. Where the hell is it? Here it is. First, let's ban him, this bot, and it automatically deletes the message. Awesome. That's what we are about. Okay, let's get back to business. Because I was talking theory a little bit. It is unconventional theory, because I don't really see it on Discord or other sources. My friend was the only person that was really doing it. And he convinced me I'm using it like that, and I'll be honest, I've been happy with this shit. Okay, so let's create this pre-spark visualization. Let's have it neat and tidy. On pre-spark start. I wanted to do custom event. On pre-spark start. So first of all, let's call it on pre-spark start. Let's set the face so we will know what is going on. And I just realized I need to add another enumerator called unset. So we will know that, hey, this blueprint is, this actor is in such phase that it's in none of the phases, so there might be a problem with logic, because if I didn't have this unset, I only had the pre-spark hit, and I might turn it into the first enum. It means that, okay, I didn't call some function. If my default value was pre-spark hit, my blueprint script might be thinking that I'm actually in pre-spark hit phase, when actually I just have an error, right? So bitmap flags. Okay, I don't need it right now. It is pure optimization. Okay, enum description. Call it phases of given flame propagation state. This I don't need to comment. The unsent growing flame is growing and will propagate soon. And another thing that I need to comment on, flame spawned on flammable surface is growing and will propagate soon. Flame spawned on non-flammable surface will die out soon. Flame propagated and will stay here until other interaction kills it. Yep. Why I'm doing this description? Because in most projects that I work on, no one was doing this type of descriptions other than Epic's own projects, and even there sometimes they are missing out, and sometimes you are opening such things and you might be thinking, yeah, codes and scripts should be self-commenting and the names should be completely descriptive. But most people, me included, suck at naming things. So some names might make sense to certain developers, and certain developers and others are unable to parse what the fuck this name was supposed to mean. Such comments in blueprints are lifesavers. But for C++, I am also in the camp of like, don't comment too much. You should write code in such a way that it should be self-evident. Only comment things that you are unable to ever get why it is like this. Which means hacks. Comment your hacks. Okay, so we have pre-spark start. And let's add Niagara particle system component. Let's call it propagation spark. And we will be moving that component in space and time. No, not in time, in space. Because of all the science fiction that I watched, played, or read, and whenever I say the phrase of moving something in space, I always want to end it with time. It's weird how brain can work, huh? And we will be using tick, because right now this is the growth curve, dying out curve. And here's where all the growth happens. And this should only happen in switch on state flames. This thing should only happen when we are growing. This is the only moment where this kind of logic should be happening. Dexterowski says, okay, sorry, I had to help my girlfriend with swapping desks. I am back. Oh, no problem, dude. No problemo. Take all the time you need. It is Sunday, we are chilling. There are VODs on YouTube. No problemo, dude. I hope, you know, you're successful in your endeavor and the girlfriend is happy right now. With the desks swapped. What kind of desks are you having? Because for my work, when I have to sit on my ass 8 hours a day, I had to eventually buy desk that could be turned into standing desk, because otherwise not only my ass would be killing me, but also my back would be killing me. I already have scoliosis, and the doctor said, well, you have to get this standing desks and constantly switch between those two modes during the day, which sometimes I forget to do, but you know, it is really helpful. So what kind of desks are you having? Regular desks? Gaming desks? I know there are some desks like this. Or are you having back problems like me and you have to constantly go up and down, up and down? Yeah, so right now, Dexterowski, I am implementing the cosmetic for flame propagation, where one spark is going off of the point of origin and sparking in the specific direction. I changed some of the logic that was dictated just by booleans into enums, so it will be easier to parse through, okay, what is happening with my flame. And yeah, that's kind of it. I hope I will be finished with it soon. One point of order in this blueprint here, because there will be a couple of things going on in here, might be going on in here. So instead of like getting all this growing, all those flame faces having their own big fragments of blueprint, let's call event. I love events. Custom event, that will be called on growing tick. Let's call it that. On growing tick. Why not? And let's just call it that and hook this, because we don't need delta seconds. And even if we did, it would just be an input parameter for our function. Okay, great. Still fits in one screen of the blueprint. Great. So now our propagation spark. First of all, we need to hook up our, let's compile it, and let's hook up our cosmetic to that. Cosmetics, flames, propagation spark. This is it. And no auto activate. Here is when we'll be activating our Niagara 4 propagation spark. And we need, okay, this event will happen in a hot second. After we activate it, and will I be using event tick, or I'll be just using timeline component? I'm not sure yet. I think I will be using timeline component. Dexterowski answers the question about standing desks. For myself, I bought the standing one from LZAP. Oh, I don't know this company. My girlfriend got same, but from a FlexiSport brand. I got it for doing a commercial on YouTube video. Oh, I need to check that out. Same shit, but you can switch between sitting and standing mode. Okay, okay. Ah, so your desk from LZAP is standing forever, right? You cannot turn it into sitting. But your girlfriend has FlexiSport brand that can be switched between two modes. So kind of like what I have. Okay, okay. I didn't know these brands. I just bought some cheapest one from IKEA back in 2000, I don't know, 19 or something like this. So I need to check those out. And if you are doing commercial on YouTube, is this commercial about the FlexiSport, the standing desk? I need to check that out then when it happens. Because sorry, both are adjustable, says Dexterowski. Okay, okay, both are adjustable. Okay, okay. Yeah, because probably I will be moving from where I live in a year, and I will need to buy a new desk because the space will be different there. I don't know what space will be there, but I will probably be needing a new desk, so that's why I'm interested. Like, if the companies that you are, the desks that you are using are great, are you happy with them, etc. Because then I need to, write them down, and when the moment comes, I have to look at what they got to offer. Are you happy with those desks? This is the things that sometimes developers talk on developers beer. Like, yeah, what's happening at works? Do you have any like gossip about this project or that project? And then it's like, okay, what kind of chair are you using? What kind of, can you recommend a doctor for back pain, etc., etc. So yeah, sometimes these are geeky conversations, and sometimes it's just like, yeah, my ass is killing me. Yeah, mine too. How are you dealing with that, etc., etc. It is stupid. Okay, Lexterowski says, I overpaid for LZAP because I see this is the same as FlexiSpot, which is cheaper, so I assume you can buy it even cheaper, for example, on AliExpress. Ah, okay, okay. Okay, so I will look at the FlexiSpot. If it is cheaper and, quality is the same, etc., and I could even find maybe a cheaper replacement on AliExpress, then, you know, it is something that I will probably do when the moment comes for this old thing to go. Because as nice as my desk is, and I like it, it's sometimes the buttons for mode switching doesn't work, and I have to unplug it from power for like 5 minutes, plug it in, and it has to be 5 minutes. If I plug it in way too early, it doesn't reset, and that's where the switching modes start working again. It's kind of annoying, but you know, I can deal with it for now. On pre-spark, we're in the pre-spark, we are activating our propagation spark that is not auto-activated. Okay, and that's where we should start moving, and I think I will be using timeline component. You shouldn't be using too many timeline components because it is a component that takes some memory and some processing power, and I basically, in my day-to-day work, I only ever use it for prototype. If we agree on something that, yeah, this is how it should work out, I usually go either in C++, or if I have to do something in blueprints, but I'm using regular curves and regular tick, because timeline component, people tend to overuse them and they add up, and then you profile your build with Unreal Insights and you look at what the fuck is taking up so much time during the processing, right? Logic processing, and you look at all of the information and you realize, shit, it's like 200 actors that have 5 timeline components and all of them are processing at the same time. That's bad. That's bad. But they are great tool. Timeline components are great tool for prototypes because you can quickly add it up, work out how do you want something to work, and then you can replace it with C++ and blueprint and evaluation of curves, and just use event tick and turn on ticking and turn off ticking when you need, right? Dexterowski says, regarding the desk, oh, so that's fucked up. I have my desk almost 2 years and it's working without any problems. Yeah, I mean, I don't even, how to say it? I bought the cheapest possible because at that time I just needed this small upgrade and I didn't need anything else. So I'm not surprised that after like 5 or 6 years, 5 years, this desk is kind of giving out, right? So that's why I'm interested in swapping out, and when I will be moving probably at some point in my life in the near future, I will be probably changing those desks. But this one is the cheapest. That's why probably when I will be, you know, browsing, thanks to your recommendation for FlexiSpot, actually I will write it down because my memory can be fucked up like this. I will be looking at FlexiSpot, and I'm not sure if I will be buying on AliExpress because, yeah, buying the cheapest one in IKEA, it was a big upgrade for me, but you see, after 6 years I have to replace it. Yeah, and one of my best friends also have a standing desk, and he didn't cheapen out like I did, and he has this standing desk for almost the same amount of time as I do, and he doesn't have problems. So it is on me. I don't even blame IKEA for that one. I bought some cheap ass shit, so I have a cheap ass experience. Okay, after we are doing pre-spark thing, we should just play the timeline, and I want to have 2 timelines here, and I will explain just in a second why. Both of them will be float tracks. Can I change the name of it? Rename, yes. And that one will be horizontal plane, and another track will be called z-axis. Why do I differentiate between these two? Because I will be lerping from one position to the other position according with the timeline, but while in horizontal plane I'm just moving from start to the end, from start place to the target place. In z-axis I want to do a little nice curve, so I will just be adding some z-axis value in timeline component tick, and then removing this value, right, in local space. Or I'll be setting this value, and in that way I can nicely visualize with the curve of this timeline component how it will actually look like. So that's why I'll be using two curves for two different things. Tick group prephysics, yes, yes, yes. And length, I guess, no, I don't want this to be 5 seconds. I want this to be maybe 1 second. I'm not sure, but whatever. And let me introduce. Here it will be simple because it should go from 0 to just 1 second and the value of 1, because this will be the lerp factor, right? My lerp factor. And here in z-axis, there will be a target z height that I want to go, but actually I will be meeting it in the middle. So here we are introducing time 0. And the shortcut doesn't work. What the hell? Half time, and here it will have a normalized value of 1 on z-axis, and the shortcut doesn't work here. Okay, and he will be coming back to 0 once again, but I don't want to have it linear. I don't want this thing to have this kind of shape. Dexterovsky says, hardware, I mean motors for adjusting height, controller, and frame. Yeah, I think Restream missed your previous message. Something fucked up because it doesn't really show up, but let me quickly turn on... No, on YouTube, when I turn to YouTube chat, I also don't see this message. I see the message about overpaid for LZAP. Then, oh, that's so fucked up. And then hardware, I mean motors for adjusting height. And it looks like YouTube, when you sent the message, missed something. It happens like this. Green Coke. Hi, Green Coke. Dinosaur emoji. Did you see the Turok trailer from Game Awards? I don't know what to think about it. I love Turok from back in the days, from N64 PC days in '98. Turok to the Seeds of Evil. I have big nostalgia factor for it. And I saw the trailer and I was like, I'm not sure if I'm that liking it or not. Yeah, there is Turok. Green Coke says, what? No, I missed it. Yeah, there is Turok trailer from Game Awards. I don't know if I should recommend it. They turn it into TPP co-op shooter. There are some weird things about it. I guess I have to see more of it and play it to fully formulate an opinion on it, because right now I have mixed feelings. Dexterovsky says, strange, so YouTube Automod just removed it. What the I'm going crazy with that stuff. Automods. I turned off all of the automodding features on YouTube, and yet something still sometimes deletes things, and I don't really know how to do it. Is it something that I even have access to? Because I am almost sure that I turned off everything, because, you know, if you guys recommend some links or whatever, you should be able to post that. If you are swearing, I don't care. Swear the fuck out of things, right? I'm swearing, so why you shouldn't be guys allowed to? And you swore even here, Dexterovsky, so that's not... There's something weird with YouTube messaging sometimes in live chat. Green Coke says, oh, someone on YouTube? Yeah, like I'm stream both to Twitch and YouTube, and some of the guys prefer YouTube viewing experience and chat. Some people prefer Twitch, etc. So I wanted to stream to both of those. But yeah, lots of trailers happen in Game Awards as usual. And even though there was Witcher, etc., because of nostalgia factor, I was mostly thinking about Turok. Because goddamn, I would love for good Turok game to come back, but I'm not sure if that's it. Okay, now I want to change it. I want this to be auto. And I want this to go like this, exactly. And this also, I want to be maybe user defined. And oh no. Let it stay like this, and let's tweak that. That's exactly the axis that I want. Yes. So Dexterowski, what do you mean about the standing desks, motors, etc., etc.? I'm really interested in what you were trying to talk about. Green Coke says, I'll be converting my project to 5.5. Wish me luck. Oh, I wish you luck. Fingers crossed. Depending on if you were making big changes in the engine C++ code, it might be easier or harder. At the company that I work at right now, Creepy Jar, we decided to never change the engine. We only maybe have like 5 or 6 lines changed there. And from that perspective, converting projects and merging were easier. From the perspective of assets breaking, hit or miss, I would say. Hit or miss. Better than it was in Unreal Engine 4, but hit or miss. Sometimes tech artists or artists had to sit down and completely retweak some of the variables or realize, oh, the whole set of variables just went out of the fucking window. Now we need to re-implement things. Nexterowski says, I'm trying to rewrite it in that way. YouTube will not remove this, but without success now. What? Are you using some kind of specific word there? Or what the hell is going on? Is this some new YouTube AI tool that removes comments if it finds it, I don't know what? I don't like it. If I run a channel and I tell the channel that I don't want any moderation on it, fuck it, let people write whatever the fuck they want to write, we'll deal with it later. I want this that way, and I guess YouTube doesn't allow for that freedom, but it allowed in the past. I don't know, maybe I clicked something badly. Green Coke says, nope, none, I used one plugin. Okay, so you might be good for this conversion of the project. The one thing that I will say though, I'm not sure if they fixed it in some hot plugin or not. If you were using runtime virtual textures, there was, I think from 5.1 or 5.2 to 5.3 upgrade where suddenly all of the runtime virtual textures were super blurry, and they had to fix that in like 2 updates or something like this. There was something like this, and some people experienced that, judging from Unreal Source Discord, with the conversion of a project, but not everyone. Dexterowski says, I said that you do not must buy this branded by FlexiSpot. You can just look for unbranded, which will have the same hardware but should be cheaper. Ah, okay, it makes sense. Maybe that's why YouTube was removing it, because, you know, corporate branding and shit like this. Thank you. Your you know, recommendation will save me money for sure. So I guess they brand it like this. Okay, I will be looking at it like that. Green Coke tests the Twitch Automod with Booba. It looks like I successfully turned off Twitch Automod. The only thing that right now works on Twitch Automod that I left on is that if it detects a bot that posts a link, but for some reason it doesn't automatically ban it. It just let it be, it just shows it, and I'm okay with it because I can just delete it, right? I would hate for comments to be auto-deleted before I can see them, like just happened in YouTube with Dexterowski comment. Green Coke says, I'm only going to 5.5.1 so I can build my project with VS, yeah. 5.3, 5.4, some weird ass VS version you cannot get anymore for community. Okay. Yeah, if you're building your project with VS from 5.5.1, then you should be golden, I think. goddamn saying all those version numbers fucks me up. Yeah, 5.3 and 5.4 got some weird ass code version on GitHub, right? You cannot get anymore for community. Yeah. They got a project manager now. I don't know if they had this before. You can make... Greencoke says you can make a build profile and it auto does everything. You mean project manager in VS or something from Epic? Because the only thing I did was in the Epic's launcher, I migrated some projects by clicking play and it auto migrated it. I didn't really do anything more for the Epic Game Store version of Unreal, but for the C++ version that I have in work, you know, we have a license, so we are getting it straight from their perfers. You can make a build profile out of cooking, packaging, making eggs, and no, you. Inside the project itself. Yeah, it had project manager for a while, I think. I was using it, like I was creating build profile and yeah. And it helps with when you are shipping to multiple, of course, with multiple, how to say it, for multiple platforms, and you want to test out different ways of packaging, I would say, for future updates and shit. Greencock says, yeah, this is the first time I build. You should build often. Like, I recommend build often because it's better to get stuck at the beginning a little bit and fix smaller errors, build errors. And this is something that every developer has been struggling with, especially if you have networking code. But not only that, certain functionalities in Unreal work completely different if you are turning the game in editor, even if you are using the standalone game, than if you are building. I remember when I was starting at Creepy Jar and I spoke with my lead, he was just turning into Unreal Engine. I already worked with Unreal Engine, and he was testing most of the things on standalone game, and he was surprised that, hey, my feature, standalone game was supposed to be almost like a build, and my feature doesn't work on build. What the fuck? And I told him, well, that's one of the lies, or maybe not lies, but certain functionalities perform completely different and work different on build compared to any editor play. Greencock says, it's nice to see you can upload directly to Steam or a repository. Oh, that mode I haven't seen. That's nice. That's nice. Make DLCs, etc. My tip, now I learned this. When you install UE, build an empty project before making any game. Yeah, that's also something you can do, because you can see if there's something fucked up on your end with your computer or your pipeline or whatever it might happen. Dexterowski then says, yeah, but run as one process does the thing, I think. Yeah, I turned the run as one process as well, and sometimes there were differences, but the differences between build and editor, even if one run as one process setting being played with, in network code, this is the domain where I found the most differences between editor experience with whatever settings you were playing on and build experience. So, for example, even though you can test multiplayer and even test lags in editor, right, which is amazing feature, certain functionalities I don't treat as finished until I get a confirmation from QA that, yeah, on build in multiplayer scenario on two different set of PCs, it's working. Because I've been bitten in the ass so many times before with network code and differences between build and editor. So that's why I'm wary, because I fucking spent a lot of time fixing some shit. Darley Mixon says, hello, how is the Sunday treating you? JD Husk W, hi! Greencock says, interesting. Yeah, there are certain things like this that you only discover when you are working on a game, and It turns out certain core functionalities that you think were working perfectly suddenly don't work, and only don't work on build. And you're flabbergasted why. Dexterovsky clarifies, unchecking run as one process. Yeah, unchecking that. Of course, that's what we mean. Greencock says, you need SDKs like WebCore 3.1, you need a lot. I already forgot the names. Yeah. You need a lot when shipping stuff. JD HaskW asks, could you explain breakpoint for debugging? Breakpoint for debugging. You're asking about what it is or how to use it? Because the concept is that when the program goes line for line, instruction for instruction, you create a point where when programs goes from instruction to instruction and hits that point, it allows you to stop. It informs you that, hey, this is the line of code that you hit. This is the instruction that you hit. And in that moment, with your IDE, you could check, for example, the variables, what state your variables are in, for example. And the most important thing, you can see if your program even hits that code. If this instruction is even executed. JD HaskW says, yeah, I understand that, but how do I use it? And then Greekcock answers, mostly used to check what route the code is taking and see what vars are set to. Yeah, exactly as Greencock says. You press F5, or, different IDEs might have different shortcuts, and you are checking if your code, specific line of code, is even being executed, or to check, okay, when I execute this line of code, what are values for my variables? Is everything alright? Because the code behaves not in an expected way. I want to see if my code that was supposed to be working executes, and if it executes, if variables are set to values that are expected by me. And that way I can inspect, okay, the code is executed, but the variables are all kinds of messed up. And then I can start building a theory why they might be messed up and backtrack from there, right? If the values are alright for that line of code, I can just press F10, usually, to go through each and every line and see how my values are processed and why the functionality I created isn't really working like I wanted it to work. Greencock says, I let him explain, me try to convert. Yeah. Convert your project. It might break with conversion. And I hope you do have some kind of local perf or some other repository, because otherwise you might have a bad time. JD HaskW says, makes sense now. I'm glad that I was able to explain it in such a way that it makes sense. Sometimes I'm stressed about those things that, shit. I'm explaining, I even got sweaty from that. That I might be badly explaining something. Converting makes a copy. You never convert without a copy. That'd be silly. Oh, you would be surprised how many AAA companies are doing exactly shit like this. That, okay, let's convert something, let's do something, you should be doing copy? Nah, we are good. And then it's like, fuck, okay, no one downloads a repository. No one downloads a repository. It's fucked up. Everyone disconnects from the internet right now. Now we need to find the PC that had the latest change list. And we need to create a new repository and repopulate it with that change list. Because you would be surprised. I would love to have a statistic about all the major companies, how many times they fucked up like this, because you go to a beer with other devs and you hear these stories and you'll be thinking, really? Oh wow, and your company is how long in the game? And you made these awesome games and still making these kind of assumptions? Okay. Shit. BOB, don't change your project today. You got the only last working version of our company. Yep. Bob. Don't change your project today. Yep, that's exactly what happens. You suddenly get an email and be like, no one downloads repository. No one. Things are fucked up. Dexterovsky, seriously? Things like this happen? Yep, you'd be surprised. And Greencock says, I don't know what to say. Yep. And just to be clear, I'm not only talking about, Polish experience. I'm from Poland and usually talking with Polish devs. No, when I went abroad and spoke with people from America, from France, UK, wherever, this shit happens. This shit happens. Sometimes the project can get delayed because of shit like this. Because fuck, we lost, I don't know, like 2 weeks of work and accidentally redoing it will take even more time. It's stupid, but it does fucking happen. It does, 100% it does. And you'd be surprised. I won't, I'm not a snitch, so I won't be saying who or what, but you'll be surprised about like what kind of companies can make an error like this. I mean, for realsies, if remember CrowdStrike, where most Windows in the world went haywire. If Microsoft and this other company, CrowdStrike, I think that was their name, can do a blunder like they did, submitting the code directly into production without testing on the last day, on the last hour before Friday, and fuck up the world, then, other companies can do it as well. Yeah. Okay, let's get back to Niagara. It was nice sideline topic. Let's get to Niagara. We are using timeline component, singular one, only for prototype. And what I want right now, I need to create another event, which is set origin point, because our, of course, custom event, I don't want to search for it. Set original flame point. Because when we are spawning new flame from propagation, it doesn't know which flame created it. So we need a way to remember it. And original flame point. We need to inform and save this data. So right now we have a way of doing this. Promote to variable. Yeah, original flame point. That's great. And when we are spawning new, where the fuck is it? New flame here. Spawn actor. After I spawned it, that's the thing that sucks about Blueprint. I wish this node could automatically give me an actor reference that is of given class type. Instead, I have to do a cast to BP, flame, base, blah, blah, blah. And that's where I have to be on, yeah, set original flame point. And another thing that I have to change in the name of it, set original flame point, world space. We need to know if it is world space or local space. World space. Greencock says, funny thing, when you try open your project with a different version, the only option you have is to make copy, failsafe from Epic. Only when you open advanced options do you get 2 checkboxes to destroy your project. I don't blame them from hiding this option. I think it should be turned off by default. I mean, okay, maybe not, because some projects are so big and so many assets are there that it might be like 150 gigs and you might not have enough disk space. Okay, that's why they might hide it in advanced options, but I don't blame them because, man, shit that can happen. And Greencock says, use BPIs. Get good, no cast needed ever. Still you want to copy? Yeah, I agree. Still I want to copy. I use BPIs for actually I used it for wind interaction. Yeah, I should probably create BPI for blueprints and then just call it like this and it will take care of itself. You know what? Yeah, you convinced me. You convinced me. I will quickly do this. Why not? Blueprints, fire related. Let's create this new blueprint interface. Why not? BPI flame interactions, because I would need it anyway, or maybe not flame interactions, flame utilities, let's call it, because flame interactions will be something completely different, I think. Yeah, I know BPIs. Yes. Green Coke says they take actor references only. That's why everything returns actor reference, because Epix wants you to reduce hard refs inside the project. Yeah, I get why they want to reduce hard refs inside the project. Also, every BP loads every other BP, meaning you on start load the whole project. Oh yes, that is something that they did a couple of streams about, that hey, use soft references and load things only when you need them, but not that many people are doing that. For shippable projects. Right now I'm doing some, bullshit prototypes that when I will know what my game, I will have more knowledge about what my game is supposed to be, and I will turn it into C++ project from zero. Of course I will be using all the asset manager options, soft references, etc, because otherwise I don't know how to do it. But I seen projects where you load the game, you spawn your character, someone created a blueprints in your character that are referencing whole levels, and suddenly all of your RAM is getting blown out of the way because everything gets loaded in, right? So I know exactly what you mean with the whole project. Or you turn on the projects, you look through Profiler, right? And you're like, why the fuck do we load all these assets in on test level? In build, right? And then you follow the references chain and you're like, oh my fucking god. And then you have to have some words with blueprint guys that, hey, asset manager, soft references, etc. Level reference. Oh yeah, level reference is something that can happen in character, unfortunately, because you just can't do it. And at least in Unreal Engine 4, it used to just load this level in memory even without, or load everything that this level referenced. I don't know how it is with Unreal Engine 5. Maybe they made it so that for levels it doesn't do it automatically, but we'll see. Green Coke says, oh, C++ project. Gonna be fun writing things over. Yeah, actually, when I know, what kind of systems I need, writing the C++ code for that is cathartic to me, because I precisely know what I need to do. Dexterovsky says, I'm not sure if Stalker 2 hadn't had this problem, because 128, I cannot even pronounce this, 128 gigs of RAM is getting filled up after level load. What the fuck? So how Stalker 2 doesn't even work on consoles? There's only 16 gigs of RAM. What the fuck? It might have this problem. Green Coke then answers, I don't know if the bug is still in, but when you clear PDA struct of a var, delete anim entry for example, the PDA childs with all the still hard refs them until you change number inside and resave it. I think it is still there. I think I was encountering on Friday or on last Thursday similar problem at work when some hard reference in some base structure was being completely changed into soft reference, but some child blueprints were still having a hard ref or something like this. I think I was fixing something like this last week. Yeah, you should always check references on your objects. Okay, so BPA flame utilities will quickly recreate this new function. let's call it on. Oh, you know what? Yeah, scratch that for a second. I will use the BPI for different purpose. Right now, I just really want to get over with this Niagara thing. So sorry for that, for not using BPI right now. I might be regretting it in a second and changing it later. I just really want to be done with this Niagara thing because I want to get into water interaction because that's the gameplay portion. Okay, and get actor position, that's location. I'm always forgetting, some things are being called positions, some things are being called locations, and it is in world space, right? It should be. Yeah, you should always check for references. I've seen code, even in C++, where people were so sure, for example, that some reference or pointer, yeah, the object lives. And then garbage collector says, fuck you, it doesn't exist. And you're like, why? Because someone by hand told garbage collector to remove the object from the tree of objects that it contains references to. And the thing that you thought you had pointer to with U property on suddenly goes out the window. And you're like, why? Why would you do this? Greencock says, I'm distracting you. I'm waiting and got nothing else to do than chat here. Yeah, no problem. That's why all the streams are for, right? We are doing things, we are chatting, etc., etc. That's what it is for. Don't you worry. Okay, we got original flame point. It is being set in here. So now we can start our lerping. Lerp vector. Yes, we have the vector. And I want to do I need to split this? No, recombine this. I need to split this because I'll be treating X, Y, and Z plane with two different timeline components. Yep. So we are lerping from our original flame point in world space to the point we are at. In XY. Get actor location. Yep, and we will be splitting here. We'll be submitting X and Y and hooking up our lerp factor for horizontal. Oh, I fucked up. Oh, I fucked up, I think. Because I cannot use one alpha for both of those things, or can I? I'm having a brain fart right now, a brain stroke. I think I need a small break for filling up my water, going to toilet because I think my brain broke a little bit right now. Do you have those moments where you are working on, you know, simple functionality, but your brain feels like it overprocessed things and you're like, okay, I need a minute because now I know I will fuck up this simple thing. My brain is not working at the second. I need a hot second, right? Green Coke says, you need more brain coke. Maybe, maybe. You fudged it? What did you fudge? Oh yeah, are you talking that I fudged it? Yeah, Yes, I also do this thing with the comment box. Green Coke says, I always write down in comment box what I need. If I lose track, I read back what I wanted. Yes. At work, whenever I'm finishing work, if I do something in Blueprint, I just leave the comment box and, you know, I turn on the engine the next day and I read what I wanted to do. In code, I learned a trick. You just write in code, no comment, just as it is, what you are needing to do there. Because next day, you might forget about this comment, you might overlook it, etc. You are clicking compile and it will fuck up the compilation, show you an error, an exact place when you left a note for yourself. So you are forcing yourself that way to read the note that you left for yourself. You cannot overlook it because your project won't compile. And I've been using it since ever I learned it, for almost 10 years, and it never cheated me on anything. Because I almost always forget what I was doing last day, and I'm coming back to work. Okay, let's compile the project. What the fuck is this? Why it's not working? Oh yeah, that's right. That's what I was supposed to do. Okay, let me do it. I read it in some coders magazine that some people are using it, and it proved to be, a great tip. Green Coke says big brain. Yeah, that is some big brain shit that someone wrote about, and I've been using it, and it never failed me. It is kinda anticipating your own forgetfulness and brain farts. So you are defensive programming yourself against yourself in a way. But it works, so who the fuck cares? Okay, I need a hot second. I also need to open the window because it got hot as fuck right now in here, and I don't know why. I think my graphics card is acting up because, yeah, it is super warm. So I'll be back. Let me type that in quickly. I'll be back in a hot second. I will take a quick break for toilet, filling up my water and stuff like that, and cooling off my brain. I'll be back in a second. So see you in a couple of minutes. Okay, I'm back. Got my beverage, I got my small snack. I think my head cooled off. I'd open a window, got new air, fresh air coming. Fresh, I don't know if you can talk about fresh air in the city, but somewhat of a changed air. And let's carry on with this stuff. Okay, so what I will be doing, I'm overcomplicating things for sure because it is blueprints, but whatever. Let's move our Niagara around. Master Gamero OP says, hi, how are you doing? How is the Sunday treating you? How is this Sunday treating you? Okay, so we are blending from our original point to our actual point in XY plane. This is straightforward, right? So we are doing that. And we will have another lerp. I should group these variables by categories at some point, but today is not the day for cleaning. Today is the day for making everything dirty. Max propagation spark max z local height. Oh my god, this name is awful. Propagation spark max z local height. It is awful name, but it actually says everything, and it's float. It's very descriptive about what it is actually. So, I wanted to rise for a meter. All freaking meter. Yeah. I don't think I have taken into the account one thing. But we will see if it will kick us in the butt in a second. Okay, so right now I'm going between my actual Z location, which is in local space 0, right? No, I just want to lerp float. This will be Z. I want to go from 0 to my local height, and the alpha is from Z-axis. This alpha is from here, and I will be recombining into one vector, but I have a problem right now that I know how to fix. But here, this is in world space coordinates. This is in local space coordinates. So I can either try to create this vector, just a small vector out of it, and turn it into world space, or I can do this lerping in local space as well, combine it into one vector, and change into a world space at the end. But what I will be doing there is taking this propagation spark and set relative location, actually. This is relative to the root components or local space. So what I think might be the most less intrusive way of doing it is if this whole lerping in XY plane will be also in local space. So this also will be lerping this, but what I can do is save it in actual local space and do the change in here. So inverse transform location, get actor transform. That way we are changing it into actual local space. we have our original flame point in local space of new flame point. And let's split that, and we're moving from, no, let's not split that, recombine this, and we'll be moving from that toward our local 0, 0, 0. Dexterowski says, okay, you have motivated me to check the game in build version. Of course, it is not building because of editor modules, and I must check where I messed up things. And laughing emoji. Yep, that's why it is good to do it early. Because if you do it at the end, the enormous list of things that are breaking and the amount of time it takes to fix things only at the end is so humongous that so many people just abandons the project, unfortunately. Because it might take weeks, months, or even longer. If you are doing this regularly, on a regular interval, and fix things along the way, you're golden. It will take less time to fix things. And also it might give you, you know, additional knowledge for your project that, okay, I was setting up this thing wrong. For all the future actors or systems or whatever, I know how to set it up so it will work on build, right? So I am happy that I was able to motivate you to check the game and that you will able to, you know, detect that there is a problem there and you will be able to fix it right now instead of, like, you know, somewhere before shipping, right? That's great. And yeah, editor modules. I remember when at Creepy Jar we were going from Unreal Engine 4 to Unreal Engine 5 experimental. Because we knew that we needed their features, open world features, because otherwise we would have to create all of them ourselves in Unreal Engine 4, and at that time we only had 3 programmers on projects, so that was a no-go. It's just impossible to do, right? So it was a very strategic decision, and it turns out the merge was super quick. It took maybe 1 or 2 days. The fastest merge I ever seen in my life at that point. The only thing that took a little bit longer was one plugin that had editor modules. Those were fucked up. And the guy that was making this plugin had to, you know, fix that. It wasn't, you know, like something that took months or anything like this, but this was the only thing that was breaking. One plugin, editor modules. So from my experience, editor modules are the things that often break when you do some custom stuff with it. Okay, so we have all this shit going on in local space. And now we are updating relative location. Up in this bitch, and let's split this tract. Let's split this tract here. X value, Y value from here, Z value from here. Dexterowski says, yeah, that's the reason you should use hashtag if with editor things. Yep. Yep. That's a lesson to learn, right? The same thing with multiplayer. There are these macros that I guess they are only when you are using mass plugin they are on, because I only saw them there, that are compiling depending whether you are doing a compilation for server or client. And we had things broken because certain parts of code were being put only in server code while they should be in both, and vice versa. And certain actors will only ever be compiled and referenced in server version of it, or client, or whatever, right? and those macros can sometimes bite in the ass. They are great because you can not compile things that you don't need for a specific build, but for example, you don't need editor modules at all. But Dexterowski says, but I'm still learning about it. Yeah. That's not a that's a good way to fail a build early on that thing and learn about this stuff early. I forgot where I heard it. It was at some event, some Digital Dragons or something, but there was this one gossip that someone wanted to include some kind of editor for players to use in the game. Something for modding or whatever. I don't remember the exact things, right? But it was something that you could turn on even on consoles. And for some reason, they weren't really creating builds for consoles beforehand. And they never really checked up, and no one ever did a sanity check on the fact that they were including in shipping build for the target hardware. Someone by hand changed things so much that the whole editor was packaged with the shipping game. And then someone not too the time to release of the game was close. Only then they decided to test on console, and they realized, wait a minute, this whole functionality, the whole build is getting fucked up because of trying to ship editor on consoles. And the memory gets blown out if it even compiles. And that's where the project managers and leads learned, because no one did sanity check, that what the fuck? Not only we are shipping the game, but we are shipping the whole Unreal editor with it just to give access to one thing to the players. It was a shit show from what I heard. And oh boy. Because not only, technical problems of trying to do... Why would you... It is insane. Why would you include the whole editor for the shipping product instead of just creating a custom tool, right? That could work in game. But the other thing, license. I don't think Epic's license allows you to ship a game with the whole ass editor in it. So there might be also these kind of consequences. And I heard that in that company there was panic. People were on flames. Wonderful things can happen. Yeah, and from what I heard, I think someone was deleting from the whole code base, even core engine library, all the macros that were disabling fragments of code that should only be compiled for when we are doing editor compilation. So it was compiling for shipping build. It's fucking crazy. It is fucking crazy like that. But what else? Let's see if that works out. We have our scene component of our Spark going. Dexterowski asks, pertaining to the Unreal license. This is actually an interesting case about shipping editor and licensing. How games are giving modders tools for modding the game. When it comes to Unreal, I'll be honest, I haven't worked on a game that gave modding tools to players yet. It is still something that I have to experience, so I don't really have full answer to it. I guess from what I remember talking with other devs, it depends on how much freedom you want to give to the player, or at least that was the case for Unreal Engine 4 games. If we are talking about just swapping textures and models, Then, from what I remember, one coder told me that they changed the pipeline in which they were referencing and loading models or textures in. Instead of having it being packaged in the regular Unreal way, they created like some custom pipeline that was taking regular 3D models that weren't really packaged with all of the, you know, Unreal cooking and packaging. Instead, it was being loaded in and cooked kind of on the fly. So people on PC could, you know, just swap out models, textures, strings of text, etc. and be done with it. But when it comes to like logic and editor stuff, I have no idea. Dexterovsky says, if I remember correctly, there are a few games which ships editors for modders on Unreal Engine. Yeah, I guess it's Ark Survival Evolved, Dexterovsky says. Yeah, I guess they probably talked with Epic about, you know, including some editor stuff in PC shipping build. And their license allows that, of course, because otherwise they would be sued, etc. And I guess they might be creating their own custom editors that can be shipped with the shipping game without including all entirety of Unreal, right? Unreal Engine, Unreal Editor. That if I was tasked with like giving out modding tools, that, I mean, first of all, I would Google it, or maybe, you know, first check on Unreal Source for someone who already did it. But that's what I would be doing. And I remember one person telling me that when they wanted to give scripting capabilities to people, they didn't want to, of course, include Blueprint Editor, etc. So they scripted all of the game logic in Lua and included Lua for Unreal Engine. And the way it was cooking the Lua scripts was that it wasn't included in the packages. So people, it was just a free assets outside of packages that were loaded in the runtime of a game. So people can, you know, open those scripts, add new scripts, etc. But the workflow was as such that nothing could be done with Blueprint scripts. Everything was either C++ or Lua. So they kind of changed the whole engine flow in that way. Which is kind of fucking crazy if you think about that. But yeah, it is an interesting case. I wonder how in modern Unreal 5 and with all the open world stuff can you do that. I remember for Unreal Tournament, what's supposed to be Unreal Tournament 4, Epic shipped the whole Unreal Tournament for editor. And when I was playing it with my friends from work, we made a couple of changes to the levels that already existed there. And you had to go into Epic Game Store and just download Unreal Tournament Editor. And that way you could open maps, etc, etc. So they just shipped the whole Unreal Tournament Editor as a completely different Epic Game Store game. But it was Epic themselves, so they then didn't have to work with license, right? I wonder how it is right now. I will have to ask at work around. Ask around people at work if they know something about it, and ask maybe people from, you know, that know how license is structured, if, you know, regular license allows for that, because it is an interesting case. Okay, we are moving this component around, etc. And when it is finished, flame start. Okay, let's go. And I think it should be working. Let's test this out. Let's turn on the wind actor. And here, skip pre-spark phase, because we are doing it from hand. Let's turn it on. Yes, we achieved it. That's exactly what I wanted. The It's not super visible, this spark, but this is exactly the visual satisfaction that I wanted to achieve. That you are seeing the trace of where it will appear. It should be a little bit bigger, probably. But that's exactly what I wanted. Maybe let's do some simple, quick cosmetic changes to it. Ribbon width, let's set it to 15. Actually. And maybe let's make the emissive strength even bigger. And what's up with the nah, let it be opaque. Okay. Yeah, let's up the ante with this, and let's I don't think I need anything more in here. I wonder how jitter will work out. It might look cool, or maybe not. Let's see how it will work with the jitter, and that's all I'm doing for this, and we'll be moving into water interactions. It's growing, and it's actually looking cool. Let's turn it up. I like jitter. Let's see. Yeah. That's exactly the cartoony way of how I wanted it to work. So you see where the flame is supposed to go, and it lands on the actual surface, and everything is understandable when you trigger this flame and you watch the propagation. The balance is probably messed up because you're waiting super long for this, but we will deal with balance when we'll be constructing actual scenario, when we have to burn things down, right? So now let's interact with water. This is where I'll be using the BPIs that the Green Coke was talking about, right? This is where I'll be using BPIs. Like, I have a blueprint interface for wind affection or wind affected things, and everything that can be wind affected has this exact interface and implements this wind interaction. So now, my voice is in a funny place right now. My throat, okay. We will create a new folder, water related. Why I'm calling it water related? Because I'm not really sure what exactly will be going on with water interactions in my game. And I can always clean it up. And there's another thing that I really love, it's collections. Basically, I could have a mess in folders and hard time finding things, but I could just use collections. And I love collections. At work I use collections all the time because folder structure unfortunately has this downside of one element can be only in one folder at once, and depending on the position you're looking at your given actor or asset, it actually, there could be argument that it belongs into 3 different folders, right? Yeah, for example, let's say we have a rock, and you can break rocks in your game, right? And you have 3 folders. You have folder environment, and under environment you have props. You have gameplay blueprints, and for example you have, no, let's say just those 2 folders, gameplay blueprints. Where would you put your rock assets and blueprints in? Environment and props, or gameplay interaction blueprints. The argument could be made for both of those things. So the way I go about it is, okay, let's just put it in one of these folders, but let's create two collections: gameplay interactions and environmental props, and tag our assets with both of these collections. So that way, depending on what I'm doing right now and from which angle I am looking at the game, I can either be searching through environmental stuff or all the gameplay interaction stuff. And the problem is solved, because sometimes one thing can belong to 6 fucking categories. That's why I love collections. I don't have enough assets here to do it like this, but I'm sure it will grow one time and I will be using those collections. So, water related, blueprint interface, water affected. And we'll be doing a function of oh, I already have a new function, of course. How was the wind action actually called? I wonder how I nicely called it, or maybe not nicely called it. Wind related. On wind interaction. Okay. So let's get here and maybe call it on water overlap interaction. Because what I want to do is, whenever a body of water will overlap with a flame, the flame will die out. That's the exact interaction I want to have. And I'm not sure what kind of water actors I will be having in the game. Right now I'm thinking about bubbles of water flying around, and you have to shoot at them to break them. They are pouring the water down. And you have a whole ground full of flames, and you have to create your own path through the flames by shooting those flying bubbles. Or at least that's a start of an inspiration of how I could make some interactions between fire and water and maybe some wind elements, because maybe the bubbles will be produced but they will be going in a weird way, so you have to turn some fan on so the bubbles will go in such a way that you could actually shoot at them and create your path to flames. Something like that. We will see. So, I have so many blueprints turned on right now. I don't think I need this Niagara blueprint. I don't need this Niagara blueprint. I don't need my old gas machine. I don't need that. I don't need my flammable surface, my torch fire, my wood target, candle fire. I can turn that off. The rest I will be using. And I don't need that, I guess. And that I am satisfied with as well. So, let's implement in our flame base. I already have the whole section dedicated to wind interaction. Now, we'll open up a section of water interaction. So, first of all, let's in class settings add another interface, water affected. And let's implement on water overlap in water. What the hell? Water. Am I forgetting how to do this thing? Most probably. Oh yeah, of course, because you do this. I'm forgetful motherfucker sometimes. Implement event. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted. On water overlap interaction. And yes, let's do that. Storm Run Gaming. Hey, hi, how are you doing? Hi, how are you doing? How is this Sunday treating you? How is Sunday treating you? What are you doing right now? Apart from being here. What is going on? What's up? What's up? Right now I am implementing some interactions between water and my flame propagation. I see it says, Storm Run Gaming says, I see it says 5.5 on top. Are you on 5.5 right now? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. With my prototype project, I always migrate to the newest versions as soon as possible. I'm not that far along in development of this game project, so I can still, you know, update as soon as possible. So I am. Do you have maybe some questions about 5.5, or are you on 5.5? So, in my state, with the flame, let me think about this, because where do I do this trace channel thingy? I'm doing it on flame start, line trace, etc. And I'm dying out. Storm Run Gaming asks, have you messed with landscapes? I'm really trying to figure it out. I'm trying to use landscape blend material, but they aren't showing up on the paint panel. It just says no layers. I was playing around with landscape in another stream when I was just exploring some PCG and runtime virtual textures options. And I think I had the same problem. And from what I remember, I didn't... First of all, are you having a world partition leveled or non-world partition leveled? And from what I remember, the things I would check to troubleshoot this. When you have your material and you have your layers set up in your material, right? First of all, I would check if the landscape actor in your level has your material actually selected. Because what I in world partition level did, I accidentally clicked on one quad of landscape instead of the whole landscape actor, and swapped and used the landscape material on wrong thingy. Maybe I could turn, maybe my PC won't break if I turn on this other project and quickly see how it was set up. Maybe we'll be able to troubleshoot it quickly. Storm Run Gaming. None or with? Ha, both did the same. I did press that little button that said get layers from material, but it's only non-weight blended. Oh, bet it's a bug. Yeah, I think I had something like this, and I forget who, but someone on my stream suggested to me clicking on something, and then it worked out. I will work out this thing in a second. Just let me load my PCG project in. It is compiling shaders from what I see. That's the bug that I've been having with 5.5, that every time I turn on the project, it compiles shaders, and it is the first time turning project. But I remember there was one button that I was clicking to get layers from material, but there was something very specific to click. But right now I'm forgetting what it was. So when this project will load in, I will quickly look at it. Because I think I had the exact same problems. I had my material set up, my material layers, okay, everything's great. I have my material hooked up to my landscape actor, okay. Nothing to paint on. So I couldn't really use it that much, and then someone suggested click on this thing. And I clicked, and suddenly all the layers started working. But get layers from material wasn't working until I clicked this thing. but I kind of forgot what it was. So we will see in a hot second. But yes, I remember that I did have exact same problem. Okay, 42%. So I'll quickly get back to here, mess with this logic a little bit, and when the project opens up, I will look exactly at this landscape. Stormrun Gaming says, mine was slow on startup too. There's an update to 5.5.5 that seemed to fix the problem on startup. Oh, okay, I must have missed the 5.5.1, or I haven't migrated this project to 5.51 yet. I might have missed that, I'll be honest. Okay, so it will take a hot second. On overlap interaction, I just really want to spawn the effect that shows that, yeah, our flame just been dosed with water and kill the actor. So set lifespan to what is the lifespan that I'm setting it to when the flame is dying out? Ah, I have dying out curve. Okay, I can do... No, it should despawn almost immediately. So set lifespan to 0.2. Or maybe yeah, 0.2, but first spawn system at location. Yes. And the bot appeared on Twitch. Advisable hearsay. Cheap viewers on blah blah blah. And bot is banned. Okay. How are we going with loading this project? Oh my freaking god. Yeah, I will migrate this project. As soon as I finish the stream, I will migrate this project for any future loading. It's killing me. Okay, let's quickly look if I have some awesome VFX for maybe... some kind of smoke. Let's search for smoke. And I'm only interested in Niagara systems. I have some smokes. Okay. What is this? Okay, but it is a never-ending smoke. Do I have maybe something quick? That's not something that I want. Okay, the first one was fine. I just need to make a copy of it and turn it into non-infinite. So let's get into my fire related, but cosmetics, flames, let's copy it. And oh, my project is loaded in. Okay. And all of my stuff is loaded in right now. Okay. Let's quickly see. Let's fix what we were doing. Temperature based PCG. That's where I was doing it on. And let's look at landscape actor. First of all, let's troubleshoot this. I assume you have your landscape material selected here, right? Okay. My material is a little bit different because it was connected to PCG. It doesn't really feature layers like that, but let's get into landscape mode. Maybe I also had another level. No. And from what I remember, painting, I have to click on what was I clicking on? Create layers. Okay, let's do it quickly. New level. Let's take open world, whatever. Right. Let's try to recreate this problem and troubleshoot it together. Why not? Oh my god, I was doing something with water plugin. Yeah. Tests, yeah, whatever. Let's create quickly new material. Material M landscape test, whatever. Layer. Landscape layer blend. Assignments. Is that what I use? Stormrun Gaming says the very last little button that says get layers for assigned materials is what I use for workaround. Yeah, landscape. That's I think what you are supposed to really do. Yeah, and let's create like 3 different layers. Let's call them blah blah. Let's call them water and fire, whatever. Right, and let's hook that all up into base color. Doesn't matter at this second. And from what I remember right now, let's use landscape tool. First of all, yeah, let's select. That's the mistake that I did. I just clicked on one quad and changed it in one land streaming proxies. So whole selected actor and landscape test. Yep, we have it. And now we want to paint. Maybe just to see if we can paint. Let's create like 3 different colors. Yeah, that can be black. That can be, of course, green. And that can be, of course, red or pink or whatever. Let's connect that and let's connect that. Now let's turn on landscape mode, paint. Create layers from assigned material, and there are currently no layer. Yeah, you have to click on that, and that's where you can. That's where they are showing up. And from what I remember, there was something else that I had to do because I just couldn't select this and start painting because this layer has no layer info assigned yet. That's what showed up. You must create or assign the layer info. So I had to click this little plus sign, create layer info, and choose non-weighted blended layer or weight blended layer. And I don't remember which one was actually needed, so you have to create this. And that's where I was able to paint on things. Of course, it assumed, oh, I choose green for water, that's great. It assumed that it was all green. And I have to do the same for fire, non-weighted blend layer, create this. And I was able to do some painting here. Stormrun Gaming says, oh, mine automatically assigned layers as non-weighted blended. I'm gonna mess around with it now. Yeah, mess around with it. I guess the difference might be in 5.5.0. It has no info about blending, right? And people were complaining to Epic about it, so they decided, yeah, might as well choose the non-weighted blend as a default, right? But you can play around with it. And that's exactly what I had to click through in order to start painting on it. And I can paint on it. It looks freaking weird because, you know, material, etc. And all the info, I just, you know, clicked whatever. But subtractive blend, yeah, you can. Now you can paint on it. I hope I helped to answer your question. But yeah, you have to click on this. For some reason, creating this layer, I remember I had problems with it, so create layers from assigned materials. Works out things, but you have to play around with the layer info. Tell me if I helped you and with your issue in any way, because I want to know if I should close this project or I can just minimize it. Or maybe you have other questions with the landscape, or maybe runtime virtual textures or PCG, because I was messing around with that. So I would be glad to help with all of that stuff. Stormrun Gaming says, when I went from 5.4 to 5.5, I had a plugin called Niagara UI that worked with widgets. The import straight up deleted my widgets when with that assigned. Whoa! That's crazy. That's crazy that import deleted your widgets. Woo! Woo! Nice. So they didn't really, probably they didn't fix the Niagara UI plugin for 5.5 release. That's crazy. That is a big error. Stormround Gaming says, and yes, you have help, thanks. Glad to be of service. So maybe I will leave this PCG project in the background for future references, etc. Now let's turn that into non-infinite. I only want it to be played once and die immediately. No, I don't want this to be lifetime of 10 seconds. Let's make it to be like, I don't know, 3 seconds. That's all I need, really. And also once. That's only what I need. Thank you. Dexterovsky says, I had similar situation, and for today's day, I don't know why, without any reason, Unreal removed my anim events. What the fuck? This is the first time I'm hearing of straight up Unreal deleting your whole ass assets. Widgets, anim events. This is the first time. Or maybe not. Huh. Maybe I heard about something like this with materials. But that's weird that anim events would be, you know, going out. The notifies? A Stormround Gaming says, the notifies? Lol, the upgrade to 5.5 got rid of my footstep sounds too. Haha. Then Dexterovsky answers, yes, notifies. I looked back in my version control if I didn't mess up something, but no. That is a huge fucking error. If upgrading to 5.5 deletes your anim events from your animations, I can imagine, oh my god, so many people must have been pissed off. So many big companies working on video games had to wait until it gets fixed. Fuck, can you imagine being on the Epic sites, pushing 5.5, and then 80% of your licensees are like, what the fuck? All of our animations, 10,000s of animations and montages have deleted anim events and we have to redo it again. Please fix that. I wouldn't want to be in that position. I wouldn't want to be the guy that created this error. I would be so fucking stressed out. I hope it doesn't happen with 5.5.1. I really hope it doesn't. I don't really use montages in this project, in my personal projects. But at work we are using montages and anim events, and we haven't merged yet, but if we will merge then and everything gets deleted, I might jump off my balcony. Dexterovsky says, I don't know if this is an error or bug, didn't try to reproduce it. Yeah, I understand why. Whoa. Fuck. But if two of you had similar problems, I think the likelihood increases that so many people had the exact same problem. Stormrun Gaming says, I only upgraded to 5.5 because of megalights. Ah, yes, of course. But I can't use them. When I when I turn it on, it says hardware accelerating needs to be on. But it is. It's okay though. FPS is better in 5.5. Yeah, performance from what I see in my projects, it is better. Couldn't confirm it on, you know, work project. I haven't messed with megalights at all. I only saw presentation, and I guess I will be playing with it next year. But so far there's so much new stuff that I still haven't touched on, and I want to stream and learn about. God damn. I could just, you know, quit my job and just be learning Unreal all day, and I'm not sure if I would be still up to speed with every new thing that they release. Dexterowski says, for me it works. Megalites is a huge FPS boost. Oh! Oh! I was thinking when I was looking at the presentation that, oh shit, they are saying that it will work like this, but maybe it might not work out that way. Because I remember having issues with Lumen. That turning couple of settings on was destroying my performance actually, and I had to wait for like 2 versions until it get fixed. But if Megalites are working like that out of the box, then fucking amazing. Great. Stormrun Gaming says, I bet it's just my old PC. LOL. Maybe. Maybe. Okay, I have my smoke. Now let's turn that on after some wind actor overlapped with it. Before... Wait. What the... No, wind actor is okay. What the fuck am I doing? Flame base. That's what I wanted. Yes. Spawn system at location. Let it auto release on its own and auto destroy, of course. And I want this to be... Let's change the name of it to... What the hell? NS Flame Dosing Steam. I don't know if that's the great name, but that's it. And location is get actor location. Boop. Rotation and scale is okay. And yeah, now let's create the actual water actor. So primary action, blueprint, water related. Let's create, I don't know what kind of water actors I will be having. So once again, let's create BP. Water actor base. For now, it will be just a simple something. Yeah, let's make it just use the box collision. Yeah. And what kind of physics, what kind of collision setup I want to have? Overlap, yeah, let's overlap everything, right? And let's turn it into a root. Do I want to have it as root? Yeah, why not? Storm Run Gaming says, I'm running a 15-year-old PC. Damn! i3, 16 gigs of RAM, but the GTX 1080 graphics card. It surprisingly runs Unreal well. Whoa! It's amazing that you're able to run 5.5 at all. I would estimate that it might be running like completely bad or not run at all. But I think Dexterowski might be right, that your GPU might not support hardware ray tracing in the same way that RTX does support. I don't think it has this needed computational unit on board in order to work with the hardware ray tracing. As Dexterowski says, only RTX series supports it. Yeah, like GTX 1080 might be, you know, I think it does support HDR, etc., but I don't think it supports hardware ray tracing. It might support some form of no, path tracing for movie rendering, sure, but I'm not sure about else. Stormrun Gaming says, I get about 50 FPS out of the box in Unreal Engine 5.5. But I bet I am missing some kind of modern day tech. Yeah, for basic ray tracing, I think I agree with Dexterovsky. You might need RTX for ray tracing, and because they are using those computational units on GPU for megalights. Without that, it just won't work, I guess. But I'm still amazed that such PC can still run Unreal and you are able to work with it. I am amazed at that fact. I am really amazed. And 16 gigs of RAM, damn! Dexterovsky says, I have a PC for sale with RTX 27. Maybe you want to buy it. Stormrun Gaming. Oh! Nice, nice. Stormrun Gaming, I would be interested. RTX is a nice upgrade. When I turned from GTX 1070 Ti to RTX, I forget which one I had first. I think I was using PC computer. I mean computer from PC computer. What the fuck am I talking? Computer from work. Before buying my own RTX, and I think I had 3080 there, and I felt the big difference when it comes to Unreal, just for those RTX issues alone, that I could run this shit and turn on hardware support for lumen tracing, etc, etc. So, you know, I would consider, you know, RTX. And buying from Dexterovsky. So, okay, I have my water actor and I want to have my overlap with my box on component begin overlap, and other actor water on water overlap interaction. That's all I really need. All I need in this world of sin. And I think I accidentally, yep, of course. Let's turn that into infinite. Let's turn that into infinite because I changed the base asset instead of actually changing the properties of the asset copy. Oh my fucking god. Okay, so flame dosing steam. That's where I wanted to do this. Once, 3 seconds. And preview also, let's stop it at 3 seconds. This also once, 3 seconds. And also, I copied the wrong asset. Fuck. But it does contain some... But it doesn't look right. Okay, let's do it again. Let's do it again because I'm a dumbass. And I copied the wrong asset and... not steam, smoke. It was this. I wanted to copy that asset. My fucking god. Like cosmetics, flames. Yeah, yeah. This is my real asset, so I need to delete that. Oh yeah, reference. Let's clear that reference. Save it. Let's turn that on, off. Let's quickly, yeah, whatever. Replace. Why it doesn't work? Ah, okay, I need to compile this. Okay, of course, and can I just delete this? Okay, fuck y'all. Let's do this. This is the one that is supposed to be once, 3 seconds. Let's go. Once, 3 seconds. And yeah. Once fixed. Once fixed. Okay, it should be going off like this. After this quick debacle. Okay, and can I now delete the wrong one? Yes, thank you. Stormrun Gaming says, lol, I would in a month. I used to work at the tech support place. We had lots of trash tech. A company bought graphic cards to increase their budget and threw them away. I got them way back then. Huh. So the company was buying graphic cards just to increase their budget and then gave them away. It was a nice way of getting new hardware, I guess, for you, huh? Yeah, I remember I had a friend working at some computer reparation store, and he used to have lots of hardware that they were getting, and sometimes they were like ordering, for example, 5 graphics cards, instead 6 were delivered. The company that gave them those cards was uninterested in getting one surplus card back, so they were giving it out. And they also had always like the newest tech, etc, etc, all the old tech or whatever, but there was a nice source of hardware. Okay, so we are spawning this at the location. We do have our water actor that will trigger this interaction, or at least I hope so. Let's do it. Water interaction. And I suppose there will be ice interaction. But I've been thinking about how to deal with ice and water. Should it be the same actor? Because this is water but in a different state of matter. It's solid. Those are the questions sometimes that are hard to answer. How to treat water in game, when it can change its state to steam or get back to being ice again. Okay, let's place our... Yeah, maybe one additional thing. Water actor, viewport. Let's add text renderer, so I could actually see that it is a water actor, because I don't want to deal with visualization at this second. But yeah, I just want to see water actor. I just want to see that. And let's change the color to, of course, blue. Stormrun Gaming asks, interesting, what are you using melting water for? I'm not sure yet what I would be using melting ice into water. I would love to have this interaction in the game, because I think you can create cool puzzles with it, where you have to trigger certain things to melt down the ice and, for example, clear the path, or maybe get some item that way to use in the process of creating a solution for the puzzle in game. So I'm not sure exactly precisely what I will be using it for, but I know that as a toy I would love to have this mechanic in game where I have a block of ice and I have to trigger it, change it into a water, and oh my god, you know what would be lovely? If I could melt the ice and it will turn into a puddle of water, but it will be on a slope, so it will actually be able to, you know, fall down on some flames or on something and trigger another interaction. If I could do some cheap ass water physics, that would be awesome. I need to look into that. 2 streams ago, I think I was playing around with the water plugin in here at the stream, and that's not the way to go about such interactions. I think I would have to do some research about such plugins, or maybe some cheap ass implementation of that, but that would be awesome. Stormrun Gaming says, oh, like IceDoor. IceDoor, yeah, maybe, but you know, this is one of like the basic implementations. I'm thinking like, okay, if I just had the mechanic of melting ice into a water and maybe playing around with the physics of such water, I could do much more than ice door, right? I could do so much more. It is a nice foundation of inspiration for potential mechanics and level, right? Stormrun Gaming says, you can give it mask on top of the material when starting to melt to make it glossy. Then shrink the object and enlarge the puddle. Yeah. That's something that I might have in mind. But then the question is, if it is on some kind of slope or such terrain that, okay, block of ice wouldn't, just slide down, but the water should, fall down with gravity towards something, that would be super interesting mechanics. Maybe it could go down into some pipe and travel through the pipe and fall down on something. I'm not sure, but if I was able to implement such mechanic, the doors to lots of weird shit that you could do opens up so much. Or maybe even, because my game is all about shooting arrows, I could shoot arrow through the block of ice and attach the block of ice to it, and it can then go through flames. So then this arrow turns into water spawning arrow, because arrow is on fire, it's melting the ice, it's going through the air and constantly raining down water and doing something with it, right? Fluid flux, but it's expensive. Do I remember correctly who made fluid flux? Because I think I worked with this guy. Yes, Imaginary Blend. Yeah, I work with him in Flying Wild Hogs, at Flying Wild Hogs on Evil West with Christian. Imaginary Blend. Yeah, his plugins are awesome. And it is expensive, but I think I remember he was showing some first versions of it. And it is amazing. Maybe I should reach out to him and say, hey, I'm gonna do, a stream about physics interactions. I wanna use your plugin. Can we work out the deal? Nah, that would be, like asking for freebies like that. I'm not sure if I would do it, but yeah, Christian is awesome and he makes amazing plugins. And I remember I asked him like, how the fuck do you have all this knowledge? Like, I felt like super unexperienced compared to him, because I'm coming from gameplay interactions and he could do all those physics stuff, graphic stuff, etc. But, he told me that basically, through trial of fire, he wrote like 10 or 15 renderers, couple of physics engines, and he really, went through the couple of walls with his head first in order to learn about stuff. And after like 10 or 15 years or however he was going at it long, he got to such a position that he could create these plugins. And he just has inherent knowledge thanks to just bashing his head against the problems. And it inspired me that, well, that's actually something that touches me deeply, because most of the time I feel like I don't have talent for things, but then I'm bashing my head against problems, kinda like, I don't know, Son Goku in Dragon Ball, and after some time it turns out, oh no, maybe I didn't have any idea how something works, but after, 2 years of beating my head against the wall, suddenly it turns out I can do stuff, right? There is something there. Just because I don't have any preconceived notions about the subject doesn't mean that I cannot, learn how to excel at it. And Christian, Imaginary Blend, inspired a lot about the way I work. Dexterowski says, give it to me, give me it for free. I'm an influencer. Yeah. Oh, if I would send him a text message like this, I would be instantly blocked. It would be a promo for a plugin too. Yeah, it would be a promo, but I'm not sure if Imaginary Blend needs a promo. He is well known in Unreal community. He is well known. Even at work, at Creepy Jar where I work, we use like 1 or 2 of his plugins because they are that awesome. We are using his FOV plugin for first-person weapons. It is inherently funny to me that Unreal Engine, the engine that was made with the first-person games in mind, since 97, I think, or 98, when the first Unreal came out, right? Up until 5.5 version, it didn't have FOV implementation for first-person weapons. When you change the FOV, your weapons don't stretch out of the box. Every team had to create their own solution. Christian found out about it, that every company just goes into renderer and rewrites it, and he was like, fuck that, I'm gonna create the plugin out of it. And from what I know, so many people are buying it because Epic didn't provide a way to do it, and only now they provided the way to do it. It's super funny to me that it took almost 30 years for the first person engine to finally give it out. But yeah, I was thinking about, you know, getting Fluid Flux and doing a stream on it, and maybe invite him on the stream if he would be interested, so, you know, I could ask some questions. But, you know, it was just a thought. I didn't write to a guy. We haven't been in contact since a couple of years, since both of us you know, went to different companies after flying Wild Hog. So I don't know if it will work out, but it is a thought, for sure. Stormrun Gaming says, that's like day and night cycle. Someone made it a plugin for 5.4 and now it's included in 5.5. Yeah. Yeah, but the wait for that between 5.4 and 5.5 was way shorter than wait from Unreal Engine 1 in 98 till 2024 until FOV first person mesh handling appeared in engine. So, you know, it is fucking funny to me. But yeah, Christian said, I remember at work, that sometimes for him as a plugin maker, it is a race to create a plugin before Epic, you know, gives their own solution to a problem, right? And oftentimes it's been like this for him, that he was thinking of a plugin or maybe in the middle of implementation, and suddenly Epic just adds this as a default feature. And he was like, ah, oh, fuck, man. And I guess every plugin implementator went through something like this. The same way I was thinking, I never created a plugin for Epic Game Store, or Fab as it is being called right now, instead of Unreal Marketplace. I was thinking about making some plugin that would provide some utility functions for PCG, because I worked with PCG in gameplay, on the gameplay side of things. And of course someone created that for GitHub for free in way shorter amount of time that I would even be starting implementing that. So I was like, okay, I'm not made for creating plugins. Dexterovsky says, Epic provides solution to anything? I thought they are only developing new features. Touché. Stormrun Gaming. Epic steals ideas. Touché, guys. Touché. I mean, you know, it is kind of like, you look at the engine and you're thinking, huh, water physics are missing. And 2,000 people on Earth at the same time had the exact same thought. How many of them will arrive at the finishing point of shipping? It will be probably Imaginary Blend, maybe 2 other people or teams, and Epic. So, you know, those ideas are kind of like something that many people had thought of, like, huh, it would be cool to have that in the engine. And then it turns out you're releasing a plugin in the same day that Epic shows the video for, hey, here's new feature. That's why I don't want to even go into plugin game, because I know I'm not fit for that. I know I wouldn't be that fast with developing stuff. But I guess the same thing happens sometimes with games. I have an idea, just an idea for a game, and I'm thinking, huh, is it something that I should spend some time on? And then the trailer happens, or the game just straight up gets released on Steam, and I'm like, I guess my idea was very similar and worse than what was released, so let's abandon that. For example, when meta sounds came out, I was thinking about the game that would somehow mostly be working on meta sounds, right? And then Chris Zuko appeared with Mix Everything game. That's how it was called. And I looked at it and I was like, fuck it. Then I thought maybe I'll make meta sounds game where you can kind of gamify making beats, right? And I was even writing some code for that, and then Fortnite delivered some kind of game mode where you can make beats. And I was like, fuck it. No. Stormrun Gaming says, I always assumed I was the problem. Never thought Epic forgot something. LOL. Yeah, I have the same. I'm the same way. I always assume I'm the problem. I forgot something. I messed up something, and only through debugging and investigations I realized, oh no, actually the shoe is on the other side. Okay. Let me write on forum or something to ask for help. Okay, let's put in our... I could just talk and talk about shit like this, and there needs to be development done. That's why I work in home office, because remotely, because I know if I was at the office, no work would be done. I would be just talking to people, talking until they would fire me. Okay, we have our water actor. Let's enlarge it a little bit. Let's enlarge it. Yeah, stretch this thing out. And let's see if the flame dosing will happen. And we will be on implementing the water bubbles that we can shoot at. Stormrun Gaming says, ChatGPT has actually been very helpful with Unreal 5.5. Lol, it knows its stuff. Really? Oh, I haven't used ChatGPT. I used the Microsoft Bing Copilot, whatever the name it was, in one of the streams when I was trying to learn about chaos fracturing. And it actually didn't help at all. It was lying through its teeth, and I was like, fuck, I need to figure out my problem that I had at that moment on my own. And I did, but I was not happy with the quality of help that the Microsoft Copilot gave me. But ChatGPT I didn't really use. I guess they trained it on like new data. Huh? Stormrun Gaming, are you mostly implementing in blueprints or C++? I don't remember if I asked you this question. Stormrun Gaming says, lol, yeah, ChatGPT is pretty good, and it will read everything to you in a very human-sounding voice. Oh, they added voiceover feature. That's nice. I want to blah 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 change another thing. I want to see my line thickness free and not hidden in game. Whoa, this is a thick boy. Okay. Yes, we got dosing of water. But the flames that are happening are way too big. Although I like overexpression, or however you want to call it, of things, but I think it might be a little bit too much. I wonder if the effect is set up in such a way that scale affects it. And I don't think I want this to be 3 seconds. I think 1 second will be enough. 1 second is enough. Let's turn the preview for 1 second. Because that was a big effect. Oh, now it is a little bit too small. Okay. So 0.4, 0.4, 0.4. And I think I would love for it to start a little bit sooner, because it doesn't seem responsive right now. The flame disappears immediately, but the smoke shows up only after a couple of seconds. Let's see. Yeah. But I don't think I want to mess with it right now. Stormrun Gaming Blueprints. Thanks for reminding me. I think I might have asked you this. The only code I know is JavaScript. Oh, okay. Dexterovsky says, it should be depending on the scale of flames, but I know it's not the feature for prototype level. Yeah, I had the same thought that, okay, I should probably, for the shipping of the game, how do you call it? I should couple it, the scale of flames with the scale of steam, right? Steam Niagara. But yeah, I don't think I would be dealing with it for now. Although it is something that I might be doing in a stream or two, and I will be doing even more water interactions. Yeah, it is overexpression. It is a little bit too much. I like a little bit too much. I like this kind of art style, but yeah, for now, for just, you know, informing the player of, hey, this is the kind of interaction that happened, it is okay, in my opinion. Okay, so actually, I wonder, let's propagate flame a little bit more. But you are 100% right. It would be a good feeling if I coupled the scale of... I will do this. It's not that hard. Okay, now I want to see where I will take my water actor, move it. Can I scale it in the runtime? Yes, I can. Let's scale it somewhere far away. Yes, and now let's move it here. Yeah, I will couple it in right now. Dexterovsky says, I was gonna make a game a year ago with lots of water, but I don't know what I would have done with its tsunami. I need a great flood to wash across the land. Oh. Yeah. Tsunami, great flood to wash across the land. Yeah, that is a big feature. That is a big feature. But I would be interested in a game that would be only about water. That seems interesting. I don't recall games about just water and playing with water. And tsunami as a feature in a game sounds awesome. Dexterovsky says, I'm still fighting with errors in building project. Holy shit. You see what I'm saying? Imagine if you didn't do this and did it just before ship. How much of even a bigger problem it would be, right? I hope I saved you some headache. I mean, by giving you a small headache right now, I saved you a big headache, you know, like in the future. Yeah, it is something to watch out for with those builds. It is something to watch out for. Okay, so I have my water actor. Let's couple the scale with the scale of flames, because the way my flames are being scaled is just the scale of the whole actor being changed. So actually scaling should be even easier, because I can just get actor scale 3D. This should return my scale, and I should just multiply it by some factor. So multiply it. Let's turn it into float. And for now, let's take a value of half, because the scale that I can get up to is, from what I remember, quite big. Let's get growth curve and let's see. My final is 7 times scale. So actually, I might even No, where the there we were. For now, divide all of that by 7. What the fuck? Yes, exactly. Divided by 7. And let's see how it will look. Dexterovsky says, yeah, but I don't know why compiler complains about editor functions which are wrapped into with editor macro. Could you copy and paste the exact error message? What is going on there? Because I have like a faint memory that it might be something with the either .uproject file or the .cs file. There might be some dependencies, included dependencies that shouldn't be there or something like this. Stormrun Gaming Sims, heading to work. You guys have a great day. You have a great day too, and have a great time working. It was nice having you here. Thank you for dropping by. I remember when it comes to those editor functions with editor macro, I think I created one error like this when, even though I was using functionalities that were only supposed to be only supposed to be editor based, because I had some of my plugin dependencies set up wrong, it was producing similar error, and only after I cleaned that up, it stopped producing error, because it was trying to include one plugin with editor modules into build of a game. Dexterovsky says, a lot of undercloud identifiers, etc. Dependencies I fixed yet, and I think this is the last thing to fix. Okay, yeah, I would look at .uproject and .cs file for your project and look at that. I have a memory of that, producing the errors with the editor macros. There's another possibility right now when I'm thinking about that, is that even you are using hashtag with editor macro, in CPP file, there might be something in your header file, like an include or something like this, that should also be wrapped in with hashtag with editor macro. I have in actor functions like post edit move, post edit change property wrapped into macro, and it's still complaining. So you have it in C++ code, right? I would look at the header file or in your CPP includes and see if, although I guess post edit move, post edit change property are in the base actor, they are not a different include than a, they are the part of a actor.h, they are not a separate include file. That is weird. I'll be honest, that is weird. I was expecting different functions, that you are calling different functions, not post edit move. I was using post edit move and post edit change property and shit like that. With hashtag it with editor macro, but yeah, it might be dependencies. I guess you have the closing hashtag and if, so that's not the case because it wouldn't compile that way. Yeah, like includes and dependencies are the only things that right now are coming to my mind without actually looking at, you know, code, right? That could be doing that. Or some inheritance stuff. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I would look into headers. If some specific editor header is not being wrapped in if with editor macro, right? In includes. Because that macro should take care of that stuff. So that is weird. Headers and includes and dependencies. That's what I would probably look at first. Mm. Okay, so we coupled the scale of acta with the thingy. Let's see how it works out. It could also be done on the curve, but it actually works out great. I like the way it worked out. And if it will be a small, yeah, great, super cheap. This, of course, Niagara is way too overblown for such shit, but whatevs. At this moment, whatever. So, I think we are approaching creating water bubbles that will be flying in the air, and after I break them with my bow, they would be dousing water down. I'm not sure if I have visualizations for that, but I will create some placeholder bullshit anyway. So, the way I set up my base actor is that I have this box that when it overlaps things, it can call the water interactions. So, in my child actor, this box should have turned off collisions at the beginning, and only after I hit my bubble of water, it will break and create the box overlap for like a couple of seconds and die away on its own. And stretch it out until it touches the ground. Or it could just start moving downwards until it touches the ground. Yeah, there are lots of ways to skin that cat, but the most important thing is that it should be bubble that is flying in the air, and I could tell it to move in one way or the other way. And I would have to think about how I want to steer the way it moves. Is it like moving with the wind? It should be. So it should be in the air without wind affecting it, just going up and down. And if the wind affects it, it should start moving into the direction with some kind of air drag. So right now we'll be creating an actor that interacts with both wind and water. This is interesting case. We are building sandbox gameplaying here with the game about shooting bow. I have no frame of reference for other games like that, so that's good. Let me take a quick sip. No, I can't take this one. Yeah. So let's do this. Let's create this child actor. From that, create child blueprint class BP water bubble. For now it is looking the exact same as the other one, but I can turn the water actor to be invisible. Box will be, modified as well, but right now I just need to add a sphere in here. And I want this to be under box. And it should have a scale that is a little bit smaller. Yeah, something like this. This is good. Do I need two colliders, and I can just use this box collision and detect that? I think I can just detect that. So, my sphere could have some water material. I wonder if I have water material right now in some of the assets that I have. Let's see, water. I have just m.water, m-water ocean from start and content, water lake, water ocean, water drop, water splat. Water drop is interesting. This is something that looks like... I'm not sure about that. How about water lake? It looks like something. Okay. I just want to go to this place. It is in starter pack. Okay, let's create material instance. Call it mi water bubble. And let's move it into my cosmetics. And I don't have folder for that, huh? New folder, water. So let's get back to that, and let's get back to my water bubble. Let's move it to my water cosmetics. Let's fix up redirectories. You should always fix up redirectories. Yeah, I have this. And do I have other parameters? I have. Is it in real time? No. Now it is in real time. And it is moving. Displacement scaling. I wonder what I can do with that. Oh, now it looks funny. Color, I want this to be more bluish. My game most probably will be more cartoony. Sorry for that. I don't need tessellations. Velocity also that no. I think that's all I really need. Yeah, let's save that. Taking a lot of time on saving that. Okay, and let's select that. My BP water bubble. I want this to be even more cartoony. So it's weird that it looks like this in here, and then it looks like this in here. How it will look in the actual game? Let's see. It will look like this. Okay, so I want to tweak those material parameters while looking in the editor viewport. because material viewport is lying to me. So how about we increase that? No, it's actually even... Oh, we are getting there. This is my water bubble. That's what I want. Damn, my throat is giving up. But I still have 20 minutes of stream, so I'm not surrendering. Fuck surrender. 20 minutes, I will make it. So, until bubble is burst, I don't want my box interaction, even if this bubble comes in contact with the flame on its own, I don't want it to be burst yet. It's only burstable by my arrows. So I need to create logic for that, right? So I'm calling here all the overlaps there, right? But I need to re-implement on component begin overlap. I could call parent function like in water actor base, right? On water overlap interaction. Let's create quick state variable. For now, we only know that the bubble has only, when it comes to dosing flames, 2 states. It is either bursted or not. So B is bubble is bursted with the default value of false. And here is when we will be using this overlap interaction. Only then we are doing this interaction. Right? Now, what the fuck do you want? Ah, yes, other actor, for sure. So we have that, and let me quickly take care of one thing. Okay. I took care of some important shit. What the hell is this? Okay, I don't know. Okay. Let's get back to our interactions. And now wind. How we will take the wind into the account. Kind of similarly to the way the flame has been going on wind interactions. What can be called in is mixing propagation direction, and my base or my blueprint interface function gives me the wind direction world space, and then I could do something with it, right? So I need to add the interface wind bi wind affected. Now I have my wind and oh, my voice. My voice, okay. The moment I interact with the wind, something should happen. Now let's talk about the way I will be traveling. Traveling. What kind of movement this bubble will have. I want to move it in certain directions, not be affected by gravity. That's for damn sure. When it is not affected by wind, it should stay in the place, only move up and down a little bit constantly. And then move on the XY plane depending on how wind dictates it will be moving. The one thing I am just wondering right now, is there any way to influence the bubble to go completely down? And I think there is. There is, if the wind will, from some kind of propeller or something, will tell it we'll have a wind direction going down. Okay, so basically I have to combine two motions. Regular motions of, hey, the bubble is going up and down in the local space, and the motion of, hey, I'm moving into specific direction with the world, in the world space, right? So let's figure that out. First of all, let's create a variable of world space travel direction, and it is a vector, and it should be 0, 0. And world space travel velocity multiplier. It will be just a float. To create the velocity vector, we'll be just multiplying those two things, right? Our travel direction and our travel velocity multiplier. And we have to do mixing of wind interaction here. So similarly to our flame, we can kind of copy it. Here we are directly setting our things. So even if flame was going into... No, we are not directly setting. We are actually adding vectors. Sorry, I mislooked. Okay, so we are adding vectors, and we would really do the same shit, I think. So let's create event custom event mix in wind direction. The exact same shit. In wind direction. Yeah. And the world space, of course. Yeah, I'm wondering if do I need the custom event for that. No, maybe let's reduce the amount of entities on screen for now. And let's just take that as we did there. Let's just add our new wind direction. The vector 3D maps will take care of everything we want. Maybe let's do it for clarity's sake the other way around. It will look better in Blueprint. Yep. And let's... Actually, I can just go like this. And this is my new world space travel direction. Or I should actually call it travel direction world space. First what it is, and then which space we are in. Travel world space or travel velocity. Actually, I don't need world space in here because it's just a multiplier. It isn't concerned with what 3D space it is in. So we have that going on. So when we encounter wind, and what's the beautiful thing is I don't need to create new wind interaction, new wind actor or anything like that. If I put this bubble in here, it should start traveling in a specific direction. That's the beauty of it. I can just reuse this shit all the time. Great. That's exactly how I want it to be built. I'm not sure I need these things right now. Maybe I might need even begin play because... No, I don't need those events right now. Our base actor doesn't really have tick. So let me delete this as well. We don't need this. I can always re-add those events, but we will for sure need ticking. So, first let's take care of this cosmetic, small local movement and local space up and down. Let's create event just for that, right? We will call it z-axis local space tick. Let's call it that. With the name tick at the end, we know that it is connected to tick, right? So the way it would go down, we would be constantly lerping between two local space vector targets. But if we were just to set relative actor relative location and local space, the way we would set movement, we would set new, we would move our whole actor in the 3D space, and then we would do this. On top of that, it might not mix in a great way, right? So instead, we have something like add offset, add actor local offset. And that's something that I want to use. The only thing that we'll be changing is depending on the moment of update, we'll be either adding Z or adding anything on Z delta or not. So right now we need to add a new variable that will be z-axis local space. And we can either do velocity or max offset. Which way I want to go about this? First, let's set max offset. Then let's duplicate this and create the actual velocity. Yep. And I have 6 minutes of stream left. Ah, shit. Okay. And next stream I wanted to do plugin stream because it will be last stream of the year, and I wanted to concentrate on plugin and end the year with the concrete plugin stream. God damn. So I won't be able to completely implement this thing. Or you know what? I'm making a decision right now here. Next stream will be about plugin, but if I will have more time, I will try to stretch. It will be the last stream of the year, so I will try to make this even longer than usual. So I will have time to implement this cool mechanic and maybe play around with it. So I will do both plugin stream and a little bit of game design stream, I think. And I will try to make it more than usual, longer than usual. Yeah. Yeah, I will try to make it longer than usual. So, we will be constantly adding, and this needs actually delta time. Delta time. So our tick will be calling the axis blah blah blah. Local space tick, and it will be refresh node. Yeah, that was kind of funny. And what the hell happened with my... Is the stream on? Yeah, it is on, because something happened weird with my PC for a hot second. That's one thing that we'll be doing, right? And the other thing that we need to do is actual world space traveling. So custom event world movement world space. World is such a hard word for me to pronounce, and I don't know why. Movement world space tick. And the same way we need we might need delta time here. I'm not sure if we will be needing it or not. Movement world space tick. Let's quickly prototype that shit. Wait a sec. Yeah, we need to multiply our velocity in local space. Let's get it. And we should change it into like something, I don't know, 30 units per second. And multiply by our actual time, right? To know how much of a distance we are covering in z-axis. And right now what we need to do is determine whether we should go up or down in the direction here. So that value should be either, let's abstract so I could only add to z. Should be either multiplied by select float by 1 or -1. This is a clever little trick to not create more branches in order to decide direction. And the way we'll do it is we'll be comparing our get we need to do one thing on begin play. I just realized. We need to save up the original z-axis height or spawn or whatever. Because we want to compare our actual height. Did we reach the max offset compared to our spawn moment or not? Or right now I'm thinking, because no, this would be a fucked up way of doing this. Because of the wind interaction, I could push things down and my original z-axis will be up out there. So it will be traveling up for no fucking reason, right? So that's not the way to do it, actually. The way to do it is, at this moment, basically by duration. How long it should go in one direction and how long it should go in the other direction. So z-axis max offset travel duration. Those are not the best names, but we will do with it. And I'm 1 minute overboard. Fuck. So at least let's do this, right? And after doing that, we'll be taking our travel duration add, and adding it to this thing. So we'll be constantly saving how long have we been traveling in one direction. And if we need to also duplicate this. We need to create the current time. Sorry, I was not setting it correctly. How long have we been doing for current time? And that's where we will, I don't know, 2 seconds. That's where we will be doing a comparison. Like, okay, if our current time is greater or equal the duration, we should start going. First of all, we should reset the current time. Let's set it. And we should change the direction of travel, which I can also z-axis local space travel direction. Which could be just a boolean, really. And we will set it by negating it. Get not boolean. We'll just negate it. Look it up here. And just do this. We are either traveling in one direction or the other direction, and this is our delta. So right now the duration should be in 2 seconds. Maximum offset. Right now I don't need maximum offset. I don't use it anymore because I have velocity and I have my time of movement instead of duration. And some new, yeah, of course, refresh nodes. Hook up delta time in here. Let's see if it works out. It is jittering in place because 30 units is super small. Amount of time. Oh no, I don't really use 30 units. Wait, what kind of error do I have in here? What kind of duration I have here? 2 seconds. And I have my current time. Oh, that is the error. What the fuck am I doing? It should be current time, not duration. And it should be fixed. Yep, we got our simple sinusoidal movement, right? And local space. I'm so wanting to do this wind interaction shit. Let's quickly do it. I am a couple of minutes overboard, but fuck it. I really want to finish it. So when we have this, if our travel directional word space is 0 vector, or it's nearly 0, we don't do anything. But if it is not nearly 0, that's where we will be traveling in a very specific direction. So yeah, we just should start moving this. Return, and add offset. another offset. Add actor world offset. This time not local, because that was just adding local offset. That one is adding world offset. And yeah, we have our max velocity. No. Travel velocity. We are multiplying it. Big. And this is our distance that we should be. This is our velocity, and let's, of course, multiply that by float. Why? What? Float. To float. To float. Thank you. I can connect it right now. I should do it differently. Sorry. I mean, it is the same thing, but someone might be looking at it and be like, what the fuck? Why are you doing it that? You know, why are you interchanging velocities, not dimensions, domains like that? It will be way more readable if I create my velocity vector first, and then I multiply it by my delta time. Now I can do this. I don't care about sweep hit results, etc. It should work out, and my travel velocity should be like, I don't know, 30 units a second as well. And let's see, it should work out in real time. Right now it is moving only locally. Let's take my wind interaction. Volume. And let's make it interact with the water bubble. And nothing. I love that. Why? It's still nearly zero. Why? Because I hooked my branch badly. That's what happens. And now, once again. And yes, we moved our bubble. But only for a hot second. Because once it exits the wind actor, that's how wind actor is being created. It doesn't move any further. So if I was constantly moving with this, so my wind actor would be bigger, it would be moving with the direction that wind it's telling it to move. I could also like scale it. And move it indefinitely. I can also rotate it and start. You see how we can play around with that? No, actually it didn't influence the direction of it. Huh. Okay, I was thinking that maybe it will change the direction on the fly, but I guess my wind interactions have to be worked on a little bit more. Let's look into the wind actor base, what I will have to do in the future. No, it actually should. But it only does it on begin overlap. Okay. Not while overlap is happening. Right? Yeah. Okay, so final interaction once again. I want to test it out. Let's move it like this. It is moving in that direction while it is in it. Now let's rotate it. Yep. If I would be rotating my volume while the sphere is in it, I'm not changing the travel direction. So that's something that I have to work out for the future. I need to write this down. I would love to create it in such a way that it would break. But I have another big brain idea. I'll print the string on interaction of what I have to do in the future. So let's do this. Let's write the note for the future. Hey, Otto. You should change the way you apply wind interaction. Anyway, implementation. So the new wind direction after wind actor gets rotated in runtime. Let me change the order of the sentence so I would understand what I meant. So after wind actor gets rotated in direction runtime, the new wind direction will be included, even though neither on begin overlap was called nor on end overlap. Was called no on end overlap. This will increase interactivity. Yep. That's great. That's great. And of course it will show up when I will be turning on the project next week, creating this interaction. It will, hey Otto, hey Otto. It will print exactly the comment that I want. And maybe let's turn it into red hot something, so I will actually look at it for sure. Let's make it appear on screen for 3000 seconds so I won't forget it. And I think we're done. So what we achieved for today is we are able to properly show where the new flame will show up. Water dosing, because we have water actor, our basic water actor that will dose out our flames. And our bubble of water can be affected by wind. That's awesome. On the next stream, I will try to do a stream about certain plugin. And I will try to make a longer stream, so we'll be able to play with those interactions more, make this bubble actually be burstable, create some visuals for water falling down on flames and triggering the dowsing effect, and we will create a simple level where you have to get to the end of things, everything is burning and propagating constantly, but the bubbles are flying all over the place and you have to create the route to the end exit on your own. This will be a nice way to close out the stream. I have my comment telling me what I'm supposed to do next time when I will launch this project. I am super happy with what we did today. So, without further ado, I will see you guys on the next Sunday, 10:30 Warsaw time. I will update all of the YouTube and Twitch schedules, so we will know exactly what will be streamed there. And that's it for today. See you guys next Sunday on the last stream stream of mine of the year. So without further ado, have a nice rest of the day and see you guys on the next Sunday.